guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is calling for broad reforms at the Department of Homeland Security as the House prepares to vote on ending the government shutdown.
ICE agents should conduct themselves like every other law enforcement agency in the country, as opposed to running around masked thugs, in many instances, unleashing brutality.
Jeffries says Democrats are reviewing their path on DHS funding and called the Senate-passed deal a meaningful step forward. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado says she hopes to one day be president of Venezuela, telling CBS's Face the Nation that elected leadership should come through free elections.
I will be president when the time comes, but it doesn't matter. That should be decided in elections by the Venezuelan people.
Machado, who won the Nobel Peace Prize for her democratic activism, also praised U.S. support for Venezuelans, but has not yet received the backing to lead amid ongoing political uncertainty. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche is defending the Justice Department's release of more than 3 million pages of files tied to Jeffrey Epstein, saying only a tiny fraction of redactions were incorrect and that fixes are on the way.
That, of course, the nature of this type of review was the volume of materials that were reviewed, that there would be times when this happened, and so we're working hard to make sure that we fix that, and I expect that will continue.
Survivors and advocates, however, say the errors exposed victim information and demand fuller accountability and transparency. President Trump says newly released Jeffrey Epstein files absolve him of wrongdoing and is considering legal action against author Michael Wolff and the Epstein estate, alleging a political conspiracy to harm him. Justice Department officials stress the documents do not show criminal conduct by Trump, even as the political fallout continues. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.87. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.91 a gallon, while Greer County, Oklahoma is down to $2.24. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A powerful winter storm has killed at least 2 people in North Carolina, where officials report more than 1,000 traffic crashes. The storm brought snow and dangerous cold across the southeast and mid-Atlantic, with temperatures in parts of Florida colder than Alaska. Authorities warn power outages and life-threatening cold could linger on for days. A New Jersey man is in custody after being accused of repeatedly crashing his vehicle into the Chabad World headquarters in Brooklyn.
Police say a driver rammed his vehicle into the main entrance of the synagogue in Crown Heights Wednesday night and then backed up and rammed the entrance again and again. He was quickly taken into custody. The matter is now being investigated as a hate crime. Mayor Zoran Mamdani is reacting.
Any threat to a Jewish institution or place of worship must be taken seriously. Anti-Semitism has no place in our city, and violence or intimidation against Jewish New Yorkers is unacceptable.
Police have stepped up security at places of worship in response.
Scott Pringle, New York.
Denver Archbishop Samuel Aquila is calling for peace.
Denver's Archbishop says both parties have failed on immigration, treating immigrants as pawns and objects without the dignity they deserve. In a statement, he says the current moment is both a political and spiritual crisis, leading to heightened anxiety, harmful rhetoric, and a growing disregard for the dignity of human life. While he recognizes the government's right to protect its borders and the law, he says immigrants deserve more respect. He's asking every school and parish to host a holy hour over the next 2 weeks. I'm Connor Shreve.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, oh she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Then, what do you say? Drag it into a Monday? That sounds about right. Oh boy, just like that, we close out the weekend. So indeed, we have
pulled the first month off the calendar. January 26 in the books. From time zone to time zone, we're going to make our way into day number 2 here for February. So here we go. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. That's amazing. Temperatures in the 20s that don't actually feel so bad. That's how cold it's been. Yeah, a little bit of a heat wave going. But just hang in there. Our next Arctic blast is on its way. Right on cue for Groundhog's Day. Today is the day. I don't know how many will be willing to deal with the elements and await Punxsutawney Phil later this morning. They're in Gobbler's Knob. All right, trust you had a good weekend. So here we're back in the saddle again, off and rolling. Folks in the Carolinas digging out. How about that? This storm did indeed live up to its billing, and then some. All the talk last week of a potential historic bomb cyclone. Boy, did it ever ramp up off the East Coast. So at the same time, still recovering from the previous weekend's monster ice storm in parts of the South. But indeed, we saw near blizzard conditions in portions of the Carolinas and southern Virginia over the weekend, burying some of the coastal towns. Well, after the snow finally wrapped up Saturday night, there was a swath of 12 to 16 inches of snow stretching from Charlotte to High Point there in North Carolina. Highest reports, a total of 22.5 inches at Faust in North Carolina, in the mountains there. Some of the other impressive totals, 19.5 inches in Pelletier, 17.7 inches in Longwood. Both of those located in the southeast coastal plain of the state. Although amounts were generally lower in Tennessee, South Carolina, and Virginia, there were spots in those states that reported a foot of snow. With 11 inches officially, Charlotte, North Carolina, saw their 4th highest one-day snowfall total in history. Wilmington picking up 5.8 inches. That didn't rank in the top 10. National Weather Service office in Morehead City recording 11.4. That's their top snowstorm since records began in 1996 there. Of course, the storm comes thousands across the South, including the Nashville area, still without power after the ice storm knocked out electricity to more than 1 million customers. They are making very gradual progress, but more than 100,000 customers still without power in portions of Mississippi and Tennessee. They've been in the cold for an entire week now. It all kicked off Friday night. Accumulations ramping up across the state that intensified on Saturday night. Extreme forecaster Dr. Reed Timmer said conditions deteriorated rapidly over a snow-covered Interstate 85 near Spartanburg, South Carolina. Traffic was still moving, but slowed down considerably. Some vehicles going maybe 15 miles per hour. Half a foot of snow accompanied by extremely cold air in Asheville, North Carolina. Winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. Temperatures 10 degrees below zero Saturday afternoon. But as the storm intensified along the eastern seaboard, indeed, blizzard conditions began to unfold from the northeast Outer Banks to Norfolk and Virginia Beach. The main road on the Outer Banks, North Carolina 12, shut down due to the intensity of the storm. Over the weekend, winter conditions contributing more than 1,000 crashes in North Carolina, some 300 in Virginia, according to state troopers. Northeast of Charlotte, more than 100 vehicle crash, shutting down parts of Interstate 85 in Kannapolis. Snow, freezing temperatures slowed the cleanup National Guard called in to assist clearing the highway there. Out on the coast, parts of Carteret County had picked up several inches of snow by Saturday evening. Reports of 5 to 7 inches coming from the National Weather Service in Morehead City, which forecast for the Outer Banks. It was indeed an incredible weekend storm. Of course, numerous accidents reported on snowy South Carolina roads as well. Road conditions across the upstate were steadily worsening as the storm gathered strength. Even some flurries indeed reported at airports as far south as the Florida Panhandle on Saturday, including Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Marietta. Snowflakes were also indeed reported on the Gulf Coast of Florida, north of Tampa, in Hernando and Citrus counties there. In Orlando, theme park guests braving the cold with temperatures in the upper 20s Sunday morning, capturing icicles on some of the fountains around Universal's Orlando iconic globe there. In southern Florida, record low temperatures contributing to the cold-stunned iguanas in Miami and West Palm Beach. Miami actually dropped to 35 degrees, breaking their record set in 1909. West Palm Beach plummeting to 30 degrees Sunday. Coldest temperature there in roughly 36 years. The heavier snow stayed east of Nashville, thank goodness, but it's remained dangerously cold there with temperatures only in the teens and 20s throughout the day on Sunday. Nashville's mayor said 3 people had perished in the city due to the storm. We know too many Nashvillians are still without power coming into another storm over the past weekend. The preseason NASCAR race that was scheduled for the weekend in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, was initially postponed to today. They have subsequently now pushed that race till Wednesday, I believe it is, of this week. Yeah, the Cookout Clash, Bowman Gray Stadium, Wednesday. Due to the impacts of the winter weather, the concern was people being able to get to and from the venue there. And, of course, they've got to clear up the lots. What do we say? Cup Series practice and qualifying is scheduled for 1:30 Eastern Time. Again, Wednesday. Parking lots will open Wednesday at 11:30 a.m. Off-site shuttle services beginning at noon. Gates will open at 12:30, again, on Wednesday of this week. Number one concern, of course, is safety of the competitors and the fans getting to and from the track. They said after consulting with the North Carolina DOT and the city of Winston-Salem, we didn't feel a Sunday schedule or even a Monday schedule best suited anyone. So officials in the Outer Banks also announced beach closures ahead of the storm, including portions of Cape Hatteras National Seashore, where 27 homes have collapsed there since 2022. Coastal erosion taking place there. All right, what else we have? Across the I-95 corridor, much of the Northeast, of course, strong winds, coastal flooding, beach erosion, all concerns over the weekend with this storm system. And here we are, the cold. Let me turn the page here again tonight here as we roll into a Monday. We are looking at freezing temperatures, cold, hard freeze warnings all the way down into the southernmost reaches of Florida once again. And not often do we see what they call extreme cold warnings. For Floridians, this is truly a shock. Extreme cold warnings stretching from Daytona Beach to Orlando, all the way down to Vero Beach and West Palm, Fort Pierce in Florida, the eastern coastal areas. But you've got the freeze warning stretching all the way down again to the southernmost reaches of Florida tonight. We get things underway, a brand new day, 844-844-3388. So the big storm is out to sea now. Relatively quiet map tonight for most of the country. We are seeing another storm system that's going to come together later on Tuesday into Wednesday that could bring another accumulating snow for some, maybe enough to break out the shovels once again to parts of the Ohio and Tennessee valleys. We'll break that down for you coming up here. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Alrighty, shout out to Philly Dan as we get things underway. It's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. That groundhog better give us some good news today. Yeah, you think? Scrapyard waving all five. Happy Monday. Roy checks in from Northwest Illinois. 22 degrees. Feels like 13 at this hour. Hello to Jason. Morning, Steve. Down here in Houston, Texas. Waiting to get unloaded in the morning. 45 degrees. Clear, starlit skies, dry roads. Be safe out there to all the listening family. Thank you much. Hello to the 15 car. Happy Monday. A frigid 17 degrees just north of Charlotte, with a thick 11-inch layer of snow on the ground. Stay safe out there, everybody. All right, Jeffrey on board there, Southern Florida tonight. Hello to Michael. There's Plowboy. Morning. Kansas City, Missouri, 27 degrees, clear tonight. Hopefully that blasted groundhog will oversleep in the morning, maybe. I bet the monkey gougers loving this snow there. How about Myrtle Beach? Yeah, incredible videos coming out of Myrtle Beach there. All right, a one-time shout-out to Philip. Does he need a plane ticket to Juneau, Alaska? It's 33 degrees there, while Orlando is a sweltering 24 degrees. How bizarre is that? Warmer in Juneau than Orlando this morning. Crazy. Morning, Steve, from Bill checking in. 21 feels like 10. Little light snow changing to some freezing drizzle, they tell us, after 2 a.m. Here at the Home 20 Hurricane, Wisconsin. Today is the day Punxsutawney Phil gets rudely awakened, drug out of the hole. All right. Yeah, they set a 6-pack of Yingling in front of him. If he can successfully finish all 6 beers without seeing a shadow and passing out, and holding up the 3 fingers test, it's an early spring. There you go. Have a great night, drivers. Everybody be safe out there. There's John. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Happy Monday, Groundhog Day. Hey, the big warm-up on the way. We're going all the way up to 30 degrees today. Everybody truck safe on the roads. We've got clear skies, 19 at this hour in Indianapolis. Santa Claus, top of the morning with 52 degrees, Elk Grove, California. Just came off Donner's Summit about an hour ago. It's dry and dusty there. All right, Santa Claus out. Thanks for the update. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 13 degrees at this hour there in West Michigan. Who else? There's Deborah. Morning, Steve. Everybody stay warm. Texas, beginning to thaw out here. And lastly, Michael. Morning all. Once again, greetings from the crude condensate oil patches from northern Ohio. We're down here in the valley, 1 degree at the refinery at the separator hub tonight in Skyo. Been a dragging week with the cold temperatures. Couple more hours, then I'll get my weekend started here. All right, odd schedule, right? So forecasters monitoring yet another storm forecast to bring a swath of snow from the central U.S. to the East Coast. Others that have been in a deep chill finally getting a little bit of relief here. A storm moving into the cold air in West Tennessee Tuesday is expected to move east toward the Virginia coast into Wednesday, which is going to bring with a quick bout of snow, they tell us. Now, unlike the last few storms that passed through the region, this one's not forecast to strengthen rapidly, which will generally keep the snowfall totals on the lower end. Maybe a coating of snow forecast to be rather widespread from southern Illinois and eastern Missouri, stretching over on east into Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware. The heaviest snow amounts are forecast for southern Indiana, southern Ohio, Kentucky, and West Virginia. We're talking along the lines of several inches of snow there. It's not a blockbuster by any means. Cities like Washington, D.C. or Baltimore could see upwards maybe of an inch late Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Even a stripe of snow that tries to make it to the eastern shores of Maryland. On the southern side of the storm, a break from the chill will bring some actual rainfall to some. Ahead of the rain, a brief uptick in temperatures, a welcome break for the cold for many there. In cities like Nashville and Raleigh, you could have high temperatures near 50 degrees on Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. Nashville in particular, been mostly in the 30s for the last 10 days, teens and 20s during the overnight hours for some area. So the warmer air, in addition to the rain, should help melt the snow across the southern Appalachians and the Carolinas. Of course, behind that storm, another wave of cold will be pushing into the Ohio Valley in the southeast, expected to bring high temperatures back to near the freezing levels once again. Overnight lows dipping back into the teens and 20s. Temperatures dipping back below freezing will give the opportunity, obviously, for any lingering wet or slushy areas to refreeze and turn icy, even late into the upcoming week here. All right, news break just around the corner here. We'll get to who we got, greatest day of the week, a.k.a. Horse Feathers, filling in for Cap and Ron. Grump on board as we get the new week started here. In Florida, we talked late last week, the Artemis mission, where they were slated to do what they call the full wet dress rehearsal over the weekend. But the bitterly cold temperatures we saw there, indeed, they opted to hold off on that. Right now, preparations are underway to begin the critical testing for the Artemis II mission. Fuel testing is now slated to begin today. The fueling phase of the pre-launch testing, again, wet dress rehearsal delayed due to the freezing temperatures at the launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center over the weekend. Of course, the wet dress rehearsal is a designated time before launch when engineers, crew conduct testing during the final test, the Orion spacecraft that will house the astronauts and the Space Launch System rocket, all checked over the course of a detailed countdown schedule. So at some point in time today, more than 700,000 gallons of fuel containing liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen scheduled to be loaded into the rocket. Launch teams will practice removing the fuel from the rocket and, of course, conducting a launch countdown. A simulated launch window looks like we'll start here at 9 o'clock Eastern Time this morning, lasting till about 1 a.m. There in Florida. All right, news on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Hot Shot Secret, the additive brand trusted by truckers, farmers, and gearheads to clean, protect, and extend engine life. Hot Shot Secret, available nationwide at truck stops, farm, and automotive retailers, and always online, hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is calling for broad reforms at the Department of Homeland Security as the House prepares to vote on ending the government shutdown.
ICE agents should conduct themselves like every other law enforcement agency in the country.
Jeffries says Democrats are reviewing their path on DHS funding and called the Senate-passed deal a meaningful step forward. President Trump says newly released Jeffrey Epstein files absolve him of wrongdoing and is considering legal action against author Michael Wolff and the Epstein estate, alleging a political conspiracy to harm him. Justice Department officials stress the documents do not show criminal conduct by Trump, even as the political fallout continues. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.87. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.91 a gallon, while Greer County, Oklahoma is down to $2.24. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has
has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, rolling into a Monday. I don't know. Would you call it the greatest day of the week? What do you say, Horse Feathers?
So what day is it? We know what day Captain Ron thinks it is, but do we say that?
I don't think it's the greatest day of the week per se, but I do enjoy the warmer temperatures. Isn't it something when you're 25 degrees feels like a heat wave?
No, if you say it's 25, heck, I was out here, Drummer Girl and Phil there. What's Phil's handle? You just did?
Truckin' Phil?
I forgot already. Truckin' Phil. Yeah. He'll know. I was out here Downingtown, Pennsylvania. 19 degrees. It ain't no 25. And the wind has the flags right out straight. So I don't know what the wind chill or real feel temperature is, but it's dang cold, Your Honor.
Yeah. Did you get in on any of the snow over the weekend?
No, we didn't end up with any of the snow over the weekend, luckily, because our roads are still in such bad shape because apparently 2 days after it got done snowing, the snowplow people apparently decided to check out and say they've done enough.
Right.
They just kind of gave up and just said, "Well, we plowed during the storm, and we worked for 3 days before the storm putting down pre-treatment, so we don't need to go around and push everything back so you can maybe even see the white lines on the road." And it's not because they're covered with salt. It's because the snowbanks are actually still out in the driving lane.
Gotcha. Well, do a phone reset. He's got the TikTok thing going again. Hello to Buckeye Boy. What do we got? Ackworth, Georgia, 24 degrees. Saturday night, up all night. Had that intestinal thing. Oh, boy. Didn't get any sleep till 6 o'clock Sunday morning. Slept till about noon. Felt good after that. I was able to go to the grandkid's birthday and one of those indoor trampoline parks for the grandkids. All right. Had to put a lot of Hot Shot Secret winter defense in the tanks. Went early yesterday, started right up. So, all right, have a great night out there. Everybody be careful. Safe travels. There he is, Peppy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's past the midnight hour. Better late than never. He says it's 11 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. I thought it was a little warmer than that. Maybe I'm mistaken. Chance of snow Tuesday? Yes. I'm seeing the models again kind of conflicting. Now, most are saying somewhere between like 1 and 3 inches for this region of the country here, southwest Ohio. All right, back to the old grind. Let's get the party started. All right, let's see. Grump joins us early on a Monday. What's going on, Grump?
No, not much. Horse Feathers probably needs to just move that mic away from his mouth a little bit. I think he's talking loud, and it sounded like the noise canceling part of the mic was kicking in and out. So that's what it sounded like then. It didn't work. It didn't do it until he started talking, and then as soon as he stopped talking, you didn't hear it anymore. But anyway, yeah, it's here. Yeah, we're going to listen to this crap about that damn bomb cyclone, how, we got 11 inches of snow today, and yeah, well, it's 60 degrees down there the next day or something, and big freaking deal. We've been freezing our ass off here in the Midwest, and where I go every day, it's been cold. It was night before last. No, it was last night. No, night before last. I was coming south out of I was on Highway 30 coming down toward Omaha. And seen something new. It was here it is, 6 degrees out, snowing to beat the band, slick, roads are slick. And this big 4-wheel drive, he was jacked up there, comes easing up beside me. And there was a chick in the front seat and one in the back seat hanging out the damn windows, completely naked, waving their butts off, and they had these little American flags they were waving in that damn snowstorm. I thought, you got to be freaking kidding me.
Wow.
And went on by. They were just covered in damn snow, and they had to be drunk or high or something. Hell, it would have took a good half a bottle of whiskey before I'd ever done something like that, Steve. I'm just saying. Yeah, that was new. But something, man, I've been looking at this. I wish the hell they would shut up. I listened to that damn Jeffries tonight, in his mouth, and if there's ever a reason to throw a freaking hammer at the TV, it's because of that bastard. I can't believe that, I can. He's from New York, and stuff, and all the crap that rolls out of his mouth. And what gets me more than anything is the fact that how stupid the American people is. I guess they don't remember back during Obamacare when the Democrats had a filibuster-proof Congress, or Senate. They owned the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They could have done any damn thing they wanted, and it would have been bulletproof. Nobody could have stopped it. Not the Republicans, not anyone could have stopped it. And they even talked about amnesty, but Barack Obama threw a horseshoe into that. He said, no, if we was to do that, we would never get in office again. That's how popular it is. But yet these dumbasses keep talking about doing away with ICE and everything else. What they need to fix, Steve, number one, would you believe that since Barack Obama took office as president up to today, that there's been 400,000 Chinese babies born in the United States to surrogates?
Wow.
400,000. I was reading an article where an individual in Southern California, a Chinese businessman that's over here on a B5 visa, which a B5 means that he owns a business here in this country. He's got a fortress-like house and has 13 kids in that, born to 13 different surrogate mothers. Now, the funny thing about this is these people, they make these political donations because, number one, they're on a B5 visa, so they can make political donations as individuals if they work in a business in the United States. If they're here on a B5 visa or on any kind of visa that allows them to work here, they can make their political donations. They're not supposed to vote in the elections, but who in the hell cares? That they do. Everybody knows they do. And it don't look like the Supreme Court really gives a damn, since they've been shooting down every kind of voter registration and everything else that they've been looking at. But they can give out political donations. They just did an investigation on all the money that was poured into Hillary Clinton. They just finished it, put it that way, out of New York City, and found that about $400,000 worth of money went into her coffers from $1,000 to $2,000 donations come out of Chinatown from individuals that was working, supposedly had a visa to work here in this country. When they went to the places to look at it, it was vacant fields, it was addresses that were all boarded up, things like this, and it's been like that for years. So who are these people that keeps making all these damn political donations to that's under these visas? If Congress wants to do something, instead of bitching about ICE every 2 seconds they turn around, why don't they do something to knock that crap off? Do they honestly think that in this country right here, that the trucking industry just started up with all these non-English speaking idiots? It's been going on for decades under every president. And, Trump finally got off his ass and started doing something about it, but he didn't do nothing about it the first term, so he's finally doing something about it now after so many people raised hell about it, i.e. OOIDA and a few others. But this has been going on for a while, and they're going to have to do something about these damn drop babies. When you look at the Chinese that has 13 different consulates here in the United States, for places that's basically safe havens for their people to go. Mexico has 51 different consulates here in the United States. And it's all that is about illegal immigration. That's all the hell it's about. They don't put them here just, that many consulates. Hell, they'd be one in Washington, D.C., where it should be, instead of strung out all over the United States where they have people, where there's people actually working in the United States.
Right.
But it just, the more I read about that, the madder it made me about how these damn political donations and things like that can come out of China by the millions. If it's a business owned here in the United States, the people they can go back and forth. That's why they give them the visas to come in and go back home, back and forth. And when they come here and they have their babies, just like the Mexicans do, the first damn thing they do is open up a bank account and get an EBT card or whatever the hell it is they got to get, and then haul ass back to Mexico or whatever. And the money goes for the welfare and everything else that they say they qualify for, because most of the women are not married. They're just surrogates for these damn Chinese military leaders are the biggest ones. Them kids are going to come to age one of these days and figure I'm a U.S. citizen because they say I am, But right now they're in damn China, being raised in China as a communist, and then coming over here, once they're of age of 18 years old. When they hit 21, guess what they can do, Steve? They can bring their parents. They can vote in our elections. They can do every damn thing they want. They can bring not just their parents, but 17 other people along with them for an extended family. So that's the crap that we have here, going on. And our government's worried about ICE. They're worried about them fat, purple-headed dumbasses that's up in Minnesota in freezing weather. Hell no, they don't feel cold because most of them got enough blubber, to keep them warm.
Right.
And then they got idiots taking guns and stuff to protest. That's not a protest. It's just a name for what they want to call it, so that makes them feel good. But they're taking guns to protest, and when they get their ass shot, then they're whining about that. So I don't know, man. I tell you, I'm so damn sick of listening to all this crap and everything. We voted Trump in here for that reason. Now, could it have been handled different? Maybe. I don't know. When you look at the amount of immigration judges that's here, they're not judges, number one. They're usually lawyers, retired lawyers, that's appointed by Pam Bondi. The Attorney General appoints these immigration judges to adjudicate these immigration cases, but yet every turn you turn, you got the freaking federal government, the federal judges that are appointed, number one, for life, that is throwing their wheel in there saying, well, I don't like what they're doing, so I want to keep the guy here, like that guy that they deported with a 5-year-old and had to bring his ass back. He would have stayed wherever the hell it was he was at. Because, number one, the federal judges don't decide immigration issues. They do not decide it. Now, if they want to decide whether or not it's civil rights issues that's being violated, he don't even have that. Because when they're here, number one, illegally, and they violate the damn law on top of already violating the law by entering a sovereign nation, when they violate the law, they just forfeited every damn thing. They have no leg to stand on. But yet nobody's bitch slapped these damn federal judges back down into the criminal crap and the divorces and all this other garbage that you do, and leave the immigration alone. That's what Pam Bondi ought to be doing, is filing some complaints through the Bar Association against some of these federal judges that seems to, stick their big-ass noses in everybody else's business. This country would be a hell of a lot better off if they would just let the immigration judges adjudicate this crap and get rid of these idiots and be done with it. But no, they don't do that. What they do is allow federal judges and other judges to make decisions on behalf of the United States on immigration that they have absolutely no authority over. It's the Secretary of State, it's the Attorney General, and it's the immigration judges that are here. So, I don't know. We got to get control of this damn justice system, start slapping these judges down and trying to strip them of their power, period. But as long as you got the Democrats doing the crap that they're going to do, like Jeffries and all the rest of them, we need to get rid of ICE because ICE is bad. They shooting people everywhere. I like it. What the hell is wrong with that fool? I mean, my God, everything he touches turns to crap, number one. They've been in there for eons. And the problems that we see, if you look at 60% of the damn people that's in Congress right now, Senate and Congress, has been in there over 20 freaking years. They have broke the system. And you would think they'd pull their collective heads out of their collective asses and start trying to fix it. But they don't. They've had, like I said, when Barack Obama was in there, they could have had amnesty. They could have had free health care. They could have had every damn thing under the sun that they wanted. That was a once-in-a-lifetime deal where they have a filibuster-proof everything, and they didn't do a damn thing except pass this ridiculous debacle of health care that you can't even afford anymore. Yeah, we got to get health care for 10 million people. Now there's 30 million that don't have it. The only people that gets free health care is the people that cross the border illegally. Everybody else has got to foot the bill for it. So anyway, that's my little rant for the night. I thought I'd get on it and let you know exactly how I feel about a few things, but that is it.
All right, Grump. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Appreciate you tuning in, being a part of the program. Safe travels. Have a good week. Yeah, over the weekend it was, how do they put it, raining iguanas there in southern Florida. I'm looking at some of the video. People had rounded up dozens, and they got them all lined up. They look like they're dead. Supposedly, when the temperatures warm up, which they ain't going to be waking up tonight, because yet again, another very cold night all the way into the southernmost reaches of Florida. All right, underway a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hello to Drummer Girl. What are we at? 16 degrees. Feels like 1 with the wind in northeast Philly tonight. All right. I hope the grandson tells us, the groundhog tells us an early spring. Yeah, we're not going to be more than a degree or two above freezing. They tell us for like the next 10 days. Old man winter just hanging on. Hey, we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, Do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Referencing the non-domiciled CDL holders, the non-English-speaking drivers out there. It's not something that just suddenly happened in the last couple of years. It's been growing and festering. But more and more states getting a handle on this. Latest from the Sunshine State, where the Florida Senate Transportation Committee voting last week to advance Senate Bill 86. That's legislation that would require law enforcement to detain commercial truck drivers found to be in the country illegally, impound their vehicle, fine owners $50,000, and ban the motor carrier from operating in the state. Yeah, that bill passed along party lines with zero debate in the committee room. Now, this is not an isolated action, they tell us. It's the tip of the spear that is now aimed at CDL programs across the country. And if you're a fleet manager, safety director, or owner-operator who hasn't been paying attention to what's happening at the state level, you're about to get a very expensive education. Now, this legislative momentum stems directly from the crash on the Florida Turnpike last August. Yeah, the one that kind of got this whole ball rolling. Harjinder Singh, the illegal U-turn with his semi, putting the rig right in the path of a minivan. 3 died in that crash. Yeah, subsequently finding out that Singh was in the country illegally since 2018, got a CDL in California. Yeah, failed the English language proficiency evaluation. But that set off a chain reaction, still reverberating, through state capitals all over the country. Florida Senate President Don Getz made this pretty much the centerpiece of Senate Bill 86. It's pretty straightforward here. The bill targets not just the driver, but the carriers who put unqualified operators behind the wheel. He says, I'm mad at the motor carriers who hire them. I'm mad at the people who would put their loads in carriers and not do their due diligence to know they've got an illegal driving their truck. The bill requires drivers to be lawfully present, hold a valid CDL, understand and read English, follow road line signs and laws. Violations trigger immediate detention and transfer to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Again, vehicle impoundment, a $50,000 civil penalty, and a ban on that carrier's operations in the state until they come into compliance. The bill now heads to the next committee stop If it passes and gets signed by Governor DeSantis, this will be taking effect on July 1 of this year. So Florida, of course, they're not operating in a vacuum. Across the country, state legislatures rushing to fill what they perceive as a federal enforcement gap. And the legislation, remarkably similar in structure and intent. Oklahoma is one of those states that's been very aggressive in their enforcement. Last year, Operation Guardian, where you saw Immigration and Highway Patrol arresting some 130 commercial truck drivers along I-40 in a 3-day blitz there. Drivers from all over the world, China, Russia, Georgia, the country of Georgia, Turkey, Tajikistan, Ukraine, and so many others. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret, trusted by diesel owners nationwide to clean injectors, reduce wear, and extend engine life.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson is expressing confidence that the partial government shutdown will come to an end on Tuesday.
The Republican tells NBC's Meet the Press he believes they have enough Republican votes to push forward, even after Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries warned Johnson they can't rely on Democrats to help fast-track a funding package.
We have a logistical challenge of getting everyone in town, and because of the conversation I had with Hakeem Jeffries, I know that we've got to pass a rule and probably do this mostly on our own.
The House will be back in session on Monday. A deal agreed to by President Trump and Senate Democrats would fund all of the government except Homeland Security, which would operate on a 2-week stopgap bill. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Iran is warning a U.S. strike will spark a regional conflict.
Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei made the comments on state TV Sunday. This after President Trump has repeatedly threatened to attack Iran over the killing of protesters. Khamenei says the Iranian people will not be stirred by these threats. On Saturday, Trump said Iran was seriously talking with the U.S. as he's called on the country to negotiate a nuclear weapons deal. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Both sides in the Luigi Mangione New York State case are being called back to the courtroom for an unexpected hearing this week.
New York Judge Gregory Caro summoning both Mangione's defense team and state prosecutors back to the courtroom for a previously unscheduled hearing for this upcoming Friday. The letter did not provide a reason for the hearing. It comes days after the state requested to begin the trial on July 1st, something Mangione's team has been adamantly against. Judge Caro has also been weighing whether the evidence collected by Altoona, Pennsylvania police during Mangione's arrest will be allowed at trial, though that decision is not due until May 18th. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.87. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.91, while Greer County, Oklahoma, $2.24 a gallon. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Democrats are celebrating an upset victory in a Texas special election, flipping a Fort Worth area state Senate seat held by Republicans since 1992. Democrat Taylor Rebbitt defeated a Trump-backed Republican in a district President Trump carried by 17 points in 2024. President Trump is announcing a new initiative to fight drug addiction.
The president signed an executive order Thursday in the Oval Office that calls for a coordinated federal response to drug addiction and substance abuse. It calls for the creation of a White House Great American Recovery Initiative to be chaired by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Catherine Burgum, the wife of Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. President Trump has made addressing drug issues a focal point of his second term, conducting strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Frigid weather is being blamed for 14 outdoor deaths in New York City in the past week.
The weather's brutal Arctic grip on the city has resulted in victims being found on a park bench in Queens, under elevated train tracks in the Bronx, and just steps from a Manhattan hospital. 14 deaths, with at least 8 attributed so far to hypothermia. New York City typically sees 15 cold weather deaths, but that's in an entire year. Code Blue continues in the city, with Mayor Mamdani saying 16 people were involuntarily removed from the streets on Saturday. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And away we go. Welcome back. Welcome aboard for those joining us as we get the new week underway. From coast to coast, we turn the page on the calendar. Second day of February, Groundhog's Day. What will Punxsutawney Phil have to say? We'll find out in a matter of hours. We're actually closing out an anniversary date, a significant anniversary date in space travel. It was actually February 1 of 2003, when NASA at the time was once again dealing with tragedy, when the Space Shuttle Columbia and a crew of 7 astronauts were lost after the shuttle broke up during re-entry. 2003. We'll kind of go back in time and remember the 7-member crew that perished that day. Meanwhile, in the state of Ohio, now I saw some various reports on social media out of the Springfield, Ohio area where some were saying there were numerous tour buses seen around the area over the weekend. Some questioning, are these protesters being bussed in? Or was it in relation to there were some sort of sporting events going on there? We're not exactly sure, but we do know Immigration and Customs Enforcement is supposedly going to be rolling in this week due to the fact that the temporary protected status, that designation for Haiti, that was supposed to end last September. But here you had another case where an activist judge preserved the status until February 3rd, tomorrow, Tuesday. Springfield, Ohio, a region that was featured prominently in the 2024 election time debates. Kind of a case study in the fallout of the Biden-Harris administration's disastrous immigration policies, a place where the president suggested migrants were eating the pets at the time. For the people that lived there, recall that. The blue-collar city, which had a population of just over 58,000 people in 2020, had been flooded in subsequent years. Tens of thousands of Haitian migrants. Migrants whom the mayor admitted had taxed the infrastructure of the city, taxed the safety forces, the hospitals, the schools. According to this city, there were upwards of 15,000 migrants presently residing in Clark County alone. Temporary means temporary. Many of those Haitians who overwhelmed Springfield and other American cities initially entered the U.S. illegally, but then were spared deportation on the account of the temporary protected status. That status, which Haitian migrants have enjoyed since January of 2010, and roughly 350,000 Haitian migrants enjoy today, indeed will expire Tuesday. In anticipation of the potential immigration crackdown following that designated expiration date, Mayor Rue and members of the Springfield City Commission approved a resolution last week urging federal law enforcement to comply with city policies when it comes to masks and officer identification to preserve the public peace in the community. Former Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas reinstated that Haitian temporary protected status in 2021 and then doubled down in subsequent years, expanding the eligibility for protection along the way. The Trump administration, the Homeland Security, announced last July that temporary status is indeed coming to an end. After reviewing country conditions and consulting with appropriate U.S. government agencies, the Secretary determined Haiti no longer continues to meet the conditions for that designation for temporary protected status. The Secretary, therefore, is terminating the designation of Haiti as required by statute. Back in November, the Homeland Security noted that in compliance with the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of New York's final judgment, the temporary status, the designation for Haiti will end February 3 of 2026. The loss of status would not only mean that previously covered Haitians will lose their work authorization, but they could be given the boot. Ohio State University, Moritz College of Law Immigration Clinic Director tells the Ohio Capitol Journal at that point they could potentially be arrested, detained, and put in removal proceedings unless they've already applied for some other form of release that they have in addition to the temporary protected status, or maybe if they're applying for in addition to TPS. The ACLU of Ohio was one of the liberal activist groups panicking over the prospect of ICE targeting Haitian migrants in Springfield starting on Wednesday. This despicable surge of lawless ICE officers descending on Springfield will ignite swells of fear in the Haitian community, they say. It will terrorize our black and brown neighbors, considerable damage to citizens and non-citizens alike. Jay Bennett Guess is the executive director of the ACLU of Ohio. So they're urging the state and elected officials to do everything in their power to protect the 30,000 Haitians living in central Ohio. Prior to Tuesday, the U.S. District Judge Anna Reyes, who was a Biden-appointed lesbian judge who previously worked as a lawyer to fight the first Trump administration's immigration policy, could decide to suspend the expiration of their temporary protected status. She may be emboldened, after all, by a ruling on Wednesday from a 3-judge panel of the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. Now, that panel, comprising 3 Democrat-nominated judges, suggested Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem exceeded her authority when ending the temporary protected status for Venezuela and Haiti. So the appellate court's ruling will not have an immediate effect, as the U.S. Supreme Court cleared Kristi Noem in October to revoke the temporary legal status while litigation proceeds. It's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds here. Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said in response to the appellate court's ruling, temporary means temporary. This is yet another lawless activist order from the federal judiciary who continues to undermine the immigration laws in this country. Back and forth they go. Dan, I believe, has some thoughts along that line. Hello, Dan.
Hi, Steve. How you doing? I was listening. We all been talking about this, the immigration situation, and I heard Governor DeSantis last week, and when they were interviewing him, think that, and I've said this for a long time, that I really, and ICE does this, in addition to apprehend people. I heard you mention about the Haitians. Well, maybe your governor better get the memo. You know what I'm saying? Because I think he's putting up opposition to those Haitians' deportations. From what is that correct? That DeWine is fighting that?
I believe he's on that bandwagon, trying to do what he can to protect the status.
Yeah. Well, no, he's not to protect those people, to protect those businesses that have got their cheap labor. And that's what, bringing this back to what I said about DeSantis, that ICE does have the authority to go into businesses. And they need to go into the business and say, yeah, we know you have illegals. We'll take care of getting them, but we're also going to be, I don't know if there are criminal penalties, but I know the civilian fines are very hefty. And some of these companies, and I was told this by the operations manager of United Van Line agent, who, quite frankly, is looking to go to work somewhere else, that all of their help was Venezuelan cash help.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have very many people, and a lot of the owner-operators were refusing to go through that agent because of that. Now, how do they get onto a military base for shipments in and out of there? But I really think that that's a focus that ICE could also start at the same time. Somebody's got to be hiring those people. And those Haitians that are up in, Springfield,
yes,
Ohio, well, they didn't just come there without jobs. My understanding is they're working for some businesses there. I wish I knew which ones. Because of its products I use, I'd boycott it. I think that's where the emphasis should be. By the way, the 5-year-old, the Ecuadorian, he had not applied for asylum at the time he was pulled over. He may have now, but he had not applied for asylum. That was Steve, we really reached a point in this country, the truth really don't matter. I mean, it really doesn't. I mean, you look at the situation, the news medias perpetuate that lie that he had been an asylum seeker, and there had been no asylum claim made by the guy.
Mm-hmm.
He came here illegally. There's some reason the kid's mother, if she is truly refused to accept custody of him from the ICE, from ICE. And, Trump brought up about bar complaints. Well, actually, a federal judge has to be impeached by the U.S. Senate. And there have been some impeached and removed. Apparently, there's a hell of a lot more of them that need to do so.
Mm-hmm.
But it does kind of scare me. I mean, not to switch topics, but I'm wondering if this guy Mangione, I heard somebody say, I don't know if he's going to get the death penalty. And the guy goes, I don't know if he's going to get convicted. This was an attorney talking.
Right.
All we have to do is think of the OJ trial and the jurors who were on there, who were black, said it was payback time. The one juror did. I heard the interview for Rodney King. Didn't care the fact that he did it, but it was payback time. Well, in the case of Mangione, I believe the federal government has taken the federal judge, another federal judge, has taken the death penalty off the table. Because he said the death penalty has to be connected to another crime. And the crime he said he did was that he was stalking the guy, and that's not severe enough to warrant the death penalty. And this lawyer that was talking said, the one person said, I don't think he would have got the death penalty. And the attorney, who was an experienced attorney, said, I don't know if they're going to get a conviction on him. In New York City?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Wow.
He's being hailed. And I really think that the Democrats want to do another bogus trial, and I'll say it to this day. Derek Chauvin did not kill George Floyd. Find me a autopsy that stated that. Both of them stated he did not die by asphyxiation. And I think they want another rigged trial. If they can charge one of those ICE agents with either of those defensive moves, the shooting and both of them were shootings, and either of those shootings to put them on trial, they'll convict them before the trial starts. It's a sad arrangement, and I mean that. I don't know, but I just thought I'd add that point in on this discussion because there are American companies. Those people in Springfield, Ohio, those Haitians. Do you know what companies they're working for over there?
That I have no idea. I do not.
Yeah, I believe they are working at some of these plants, some of these. I mean, don't get me wrong. I admire, and I have no connection whatsoever to Site One, which is a large landscape supply company. But I know of a company they bought out, and they refused to close until they got rid of everybody who did not have a legal I-9. Which is the employment verification form on hand. And I hail that company. I compliment that company for doing that. I mean, I see them all over, but I happen to have known somebody that worked there. And at that time, they had they were housing them and all this other stuff. And this Site One came in and said, we don't buy houses. We don't have run lodging. We have people who are on the payroll as employees, legal to work in this country. You either get rid of them or we're not. The deal don't go through. And one of those guys, I sound like a hypocrite, did work for me on my property. He told me he was legal. Did I verify it? No. You know what I'm saying? But he worked at that company, and then he did some work for me. He did a good job. It's back-breaking work on a property my size. So, but he don't work there anymore. And he's still in the area, I think, but whatever it is. But anyway, I just thought I'd add that. Steve, are you going to be at the Mid-America Truck Show again this year?
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed.
You know, when will that be?
I'm trying to. It's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and that's end of March, going into April.
Okay, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. You'll be there. It's in Louisville every year,
correct?
Right?
Correct.
Okay, before I leave this earth, I would like to go to that, so I'll keep that in mind. So I appreciate it, and thanks a lot. I enjoy listening to the show every night. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, I think it's the 26th, 27th to 28th, if memory serves, I believe. Quickly, he mentioned Mike DeWine, governor in Ohio. And Friday, indeed, he did say he feels it's unwise and a mistake for the government to take the legal status away from those Haitians living around the USA, including the tens of thousands in Ohio. He said the gangs are controlling a good part of Haiti. It's extremely violent. The economy is in shambles. The government doesn't function. The police are virtually worthless. And refugees from the island, he says, have contributed to both state and local economies. Having said that, that's not my decision, though. I am the governor of Ohio. This is a decision for the federal government. This is a decision for the President of the United States. Absent court action, the Department of Homeland Security will terminate protected status for about 350,000 Haitians on Tuesday at 11:59 p.m. Now, as of Friday, DeWine said he is unsure whether Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents would then carry out deportations. They're in the Springfield area, where there's 12 to 15,000 immigrants from Haiti living. Yeah, Ohio's got mixed signals, he said, on action by ICE, but state and local law enforcement agencies are getting ready either way. DeWine said our officers are trained. They know how to de-escalate situations. We expect ICE to follow good police procedures. If that's a big if, if ICE comes in, we expect them to follow good police procedures as well. All right. In an interview late last week with the State House News Bureau's U.S. Senator Bernie Moreno said he wants action by ICE to not be necessary. He believes the Haitians should have self-deported. Yeah, everybody knew the date was coming, so we shouldn't have to surge a force in there to forcibly deport people who knew for a long time that they were going to have to do so on their own. Okay, there you go. So, barring any sort of activist judge, pushing things back once again as far as enforcement date, Wednesday's kind of the D-Day. But we know most of them are not going to self-deport, even with, they've got the incentives. What is it, $2,000, $2,500, something like that, and a plane ticket back to their country if they would go to the app that was initially created for people to legally try to come into the country. All right, rolling toward news break. Bottom of the hour coming up here. Groundhog Day comes our way. Meanwhile, waves of frigid air will continue to be released into much of the eastern U.S., probably at least through mid-February, they tell us. The ongoing pattern may actually trend stormier with areas of snow and ice, potentially threatening to reach into large areas of the plains, of the Mississippi Valley, the Appalachians, as well as the Atlantic seaboard here in the coming weeks. Yeah, the frigid conditions have hundreds of millions of people reaching for the thermostat, adding layers of clothes, trying to stay warm. And yes, utility bills are soaring at the same time. More on that coming your way ahead. This news update on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. From diesel and oil additives to oils and lubricants, Hot Shot Secret keeps that rig running strong mile after mile.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is calling for broad reforms at the Department of Homeland Security as the House prepares to vote on ending the government shutdown.
ICE agents should conduct themselves like every other law enforcement agency in the country.
Jeffries says Democrats are reviewing their path on DHS funding and called the Senate-passed deal a meaningful step forward. President Trump says newly released Jeffrey Epstein files absolve him of wrongdoing and is considering legal action against author Michael Wolff and the Epstein estate, alleging a political conspiracy to harm him. Justice Department officials stress the documents do not show criminal conduct by Trump, even as the political fallout continues. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.87. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.91 a gallon, while Greer County, Oklahoma is down to $2.24. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind and they're somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as we get a brand new day underway. Thought you had a good weekend. Honestly, it went by way too fast. That's just my opinion. Hello to Gary, Southwest Ohio. What do you? It's at 8 degrees at this hour. And we get to Pup joins us here on an early Monday. What's going on, Pup?
Oh, not much. Can you hear me all right, Steve? I don't have my headset tonight.
Yeah, loud and clear.
10-4. Hey, first of all, I had an engine light come on in my car, and so I had tested there at O'Reilly's what is the matter with my car. And they said, it says rail 1, low pressure. I thought, well, what does that mean? So I got to looking it up and everything, and it could be a multiple things of everything. So I bought that lubricant from Hot Shot Secret for your fuel pumps and your injectors and everything, and whammo, the light went out about, after 20 minutes of driving it and stuff.
How about that?
But then, yeah. And then my dumb ass left it out in the garage, and it gelled up. So I called down to Hot Shot Secret there, and I asked and this lady, I cannot remember, I think her name was Katie, but I cannot.
Mm-hmm.
But I asked her, she's very knowledgeable. She goes, no. She says it won't hurt once it's in the gasoline or the diesel. But she said you need to keep that above 65 degrees or it'll ungel and it'll work once it's in the. So very knowledgeable young lady.
So bring it in, let it thaw out, and it's good to go.
Yep. Yeah, and she says once it's mixed in with the diesel or the gasoline, it won't ever do that, but by itself it will.
Gotcha.
And I do remember you guys having a conversation one time about the diesel stuff. And he said if it's not mixed in there, it will gel up in that can.
Mm-hmm.
Or the bottle, I mean, not can. But I really agree with Dan, and I don't know if Grump's correct or not because they are appointed, but if Pam Bondi, and this is the point that he brought up, can get them judges disbarred, that would be awesome. So, but the point that I was going to call you about, Steve, is Elon Omar. Have you seen all of this stuff about that $5 million winery that her and her husband have?
Right.
That
doesn't exist. It's all on paper, right? Yeah, no wine being manufactured, nothing being sold. That's an ongoing investigation. So where's the money coming from?
Yeah, right. Well, she passed that food bill, or she's the one that brought that food bill up and everything, and that's where all the scamming started. So it's going to be pretty interesting. I would love for her to get deported. My gosh.
Mm-hmm.
How's the? Are you using more kerosene than you're the heat pump?
Yes, it does a great job. It gives the heat pump a opportunity to take a break.
Yeah. Hey, another thing you can do, I think I told you this once before, is find an old pan and put some water in that pan and put it on top of that kerosene heater.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll also help humidify your house.
Yeah, and the moisture in the air actually supposedly makes it feel a bit warmer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir. Yep. It does. Yeah, so I just thought that was pretty interesting. I mean, they are digging deep into this winery thing. Her and her husband, I think, are both in trouble. But other than that, we're kicked back listening, and thanks, Hot Shot Secret, because I do not like a engine light on any of my vehicles.
So that's what it's designed to do. Thank you much, Pup. Have a great morning. All of a sudden, the sun is really active. Giant sunspot right now. A few days ago, sunspot 4366 didn't even exist. Suddenly, it is now a behemoth. Almost half the size of Carrington's sunspot. According to Space Weather, rapid growth is making the sunspot very unstable. Indeed, it's already unleashed dozens of solar flares in the past 24 hours, including a monster X8 class flare. More explosions pretty much certain here on February the 2nd. Let's see. So far, 17 M-class solar flares and 3 X-class flares. The most intense so far was just this past evening. That was the X8 class flare, which they've got video from the Solar Dynamics Observatory. Extreme ultraviolet radiation from the flare ionized the top of the Earth's atmosphere, This, in turn, causing shortwave radio blackouts across the South Pacific. Ham radio operators in Australia and New Zealand may have experienced loss of signal for hours after the peak of that flare. But, of course, of greater interest is the CME. If there is one, the explosion hurled a lot of dense, dark plasma into space. That material may have formed the core of an Earth-directed coronal mass ejection. At this point, confirmation awaits fresh data from NOAA and the SOHO coronagraphs. So they're watching very closely there. And then, of course, with the combination of flares, a lot of times we've heard about some of them can come together and form what they call a cannibal CME. We saw that, about a month ago with the northern lights visible over much of the lower 48. That could potentially be in the offing in the coming days. I'll have to pay attention there. But an X8, that is a monster flare. I believe that's the largest flare we've had this entire solar cycle, which covers a number of years. All right, Pappy joins us here. Get the new week started. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? I just emailed you a couple different heat sources. If you get a chance, maybe check it out. Let's talk about a couple things here first, Steve. First of all, the Democrats are all about impeach, right? So why the hell are we not impeaching these federal judges? We own the Senate, right? I don't get it. Start impeaching these Soros-appointed judges. Daryl was talking about the death penalty. I'm strictly talking about Ohio law here. There's different charges for causing the death of a person, right? Homicide doesn't necessarily mean murder. We all heard the term justified homicide. In Ohio, Steve, we got aggravated murder, involuntary homicide, voluntary homicide, and negligent homicide. The only way to receive the death penalty in Ohio is to be convicted of aggravated murder. And you have to meet all the elements that go under that charge, which is basically purposely cause the death of another with prior calculation and design. Meaning, I don't know, say you had a tiff with your neighbor, right? And, I don't know, he pushes you over the edge. And you sit in your house and you say, when that sucker leaves for work tomorrow, I'm going to put a bullet in him. And you know what time he leaves. You plan this out. You calculate it, right? And by design. That is calculating and by design. You are designing that murder in your head. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So then you get into murder. That's purposely cause the death of another, right? There's no planning involved. You purposely cause the death of another. Sometimes we'll see this when we get these shootings, right? Depending on why the shooting goes down, but say a guy gets in a fight, he shoots a guy one time, he's trying to claim self-defense, but that's really not flying. Did he purposely caused the death. It might be a hard thing to prove that he purposely, depending on his statements too. Right? Now, if he shot him 10 times, I think you could say he was purposely trying to kill that dude. Then you get into involuntary homicide, voluntary homicide. Involuntary homicide is where you cause the death. I didn't say purposely. I said where you cause the death of another in the commission of a crime.
Mm-hmm.
You rob a bank. You walk into a bank. You hand the teller a note. The note says, "This is a robbery. Give me all the money or I'm going to kill you." She reads the note. She drops over dead from a heart attack. You will get charged with involuntary homicide. You didn't intend to kill that lady. It wasn't by purpose, but you caused her death in the commission of a crime. Voluntary manslaughter, homicide, that's when you start getting into like a sudden fit of rage. Say a guy comes home, just say he carries a gun for whatever reason. He comes home, walks into the bedroom, and what does he find, Steve? He's got his wife in the bed with the milkman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sudden fit of rage. He pulls out his gun, shoots this guy, and kills him. Probably going to get charged with voluntary manslaughter, homicide. Now, that can change. Say the man keeps a gun in his car, and he walks into the house, catches the milkman in bed with the wife, and he runs out to the car to retrieve his firearm, and then comes back in and kill him. So what Daryl was getting at is when they talk about, you could probably upgrade that charge then to aggravated murder. The calculation and design, it doesn't require a long period of time in planning and calculation, right? Doesn't require days, doesn't require hours. It can just require a minute or two. Where that guy comes in, he finds his wife in bed with the milkman. Now he's thinking, I got a gun in my car. I'm going to go out and get that gun, and I'm going to get it, and I'm going to come back in and shoot this dude. That was prior calculation and design. It didn't last very long, and it doesn't have to under that charge. If that clears anything up. But the only way in Ohio to get the death penalty is to get charged with aggravated murder. You cannot get the death penalty on all these other homicide charges. Steve, did you hear this? What is the term for women that have babies for other people? They get paid with surrogate.
Surrogate, yeah.
Surrogate mother. I heard this the other day, that China is paying American women to be surrogate mothers to give birth to these babies, keep them here for a year or two, or maybe shortly after birth, they get sent to China.
Right. Grump brought that up here in the first hour.
Did he bring it up?
Yeah.
I was listening to it.
And the number was off the rails. I mean, how many thousands and thousands of them?
Yeah, they were talking could be as high as 1 million. Yeah, I must have missed that when he talked about it, but didn't mean to double tap you here.
But that is, yes, it's astounding. You said they go back to China, and then I guess they raise them there under the communist regime, and then
communizing.
And then send them back over here as a U.S. citizen. And then he said they can not only bring a couple of up to 17 family members.
Is that crazy or what? Man, the plot just keeps getting thicker and thicker on entities trying to bring down this country. Unbelievable. I guess you heard about Cuba's blackout.
But again, no, I didn't catch that. What, the grid
over the weekend.
Grid down again, huh?
Yeah, they don't have the oil. I think I said something shortly after Venezuela happened. Give it a couple weeks and Cuba's going to be a hurting puppy. So apparently they were blacked out for, what the heck did they say? Many, many hours. I should have wrote it down, I guess. But they don't have the oil. This could lead to a regime change in Cuba, Steve, which would be nice. You notice what Trump is doing. He is trying to get our hemisphere under control.
Correct.
Right? I don't know if you heard this or not, but China has moved in to Canada. That they are wheeling and dealing with China. Big time. So that ain't good. What about these? See, what about these riots now in L.A.? I don't know if you've seen the video of them.
The federal
building.
The federal building. Yes.
That's why all of this should have been snuffed out a long time ago. Not allow things to get out of control. And things are out of control. I did see a clip somebody put out on TikTok. I don't have TikTok. Somebody else shared it. It was one of these protesters, air quotes, right, that got maced. And after she got maced, she was like, I'm done. I'm done with this. I'm tired of getting maced. I'm tired of being cold. It's, you know. So the point was, I think it was Alex Jones that actually posted that. And I was listening to a different podcast. I don't know if you ever heard, what's that guy's name? Turley? He's a well-known. I haven't listened to him in a while, but I was listening to him. And he was like, you're seeing a lot of the demonstrators, these paid agitators, are starting to diminish. I don't know if it's the cold weather, but a lot of them are, I don't know if I want to get shot. I didn't think they were going to be allowed to shoot us, Steve, if we tried to run them over.
Right.
So I think the numbers are shrinking a little bit. However, the ones that are still there are getting more and more violent. And we're going to have to deal with this. And if you notice, it's only in the red states, red cities. Right? It's not happening in the conservative ran cities. Only in the well-known Portland, L.A., right, Philly, Minneapolis, Chicago, all the main ones. I swear, Steve, part of me just wants to say, you know what? Just let them have their crap hold, man. Let them have what they want and see what happens. But when you do that, it's kind of like saying, okay, you win. We'll back out. And I don't know if I still say in Minneapolis that we need to take a chill pill just for a little while. Regroup. Nothing wrong with that, Steve. I'm not saying totally pull out and just forget about things there. But, man, Tampon Tim, he's in some trouble, man. They're getting the goods on this dude. I venture to say there might be some bracelets coming out for him here in the future. Just like good old Dom Lemon. We'll see. Let's hope, man. I mean, Steve, I could post pictures. I got pictures of all these Trump lawyers, attorneys. We talked about it, how many of them they got indicted and arrested and took mug shots and perp-flopped them. Attorneys to the president, Steve. We're not just,
right.
They went out and arrested his attorneys. And there's real good evidence that I told you about that Signal Chat app that they are using to coordinate these attacks against ICE, that Tampon Tim's, right-hand people are involved in this. People in the state government are involved in this. All right, bud. Let's get ready for another week.
All right.
Back to work.
And what you mentioned there about, you just let the Democrat-run cities, let them have it. That's pretty much what the president said over the weekend. If they're gonna try to tear up, burn down these Democrat-run cities, he's pretty much. We'll give you the update what he had to say coming up following our news break as we close out another hour. Groundhog Day comes our way.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is calling for broad reforms at the Department of Homeland Security as the House prepares to vote on ending the government shutdown.
ICE agents should conduct themselves like every other law enforcement agency in the country, as opposed to running around masked thugs, in many instances, unleashing brutality.
Jeffries says Democrats are reviewing their path on DHS funding and called the Senate-passed deal a meaningful step forward. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado says she hopes to one day be president of Venezuela, telling CBS's Face the Nation that elected leadership should come through free elections.
I will be president when the time comes, but it doesn't matter. That should be decided in elections by the Venezuelan people.
Machado, who won the Nobel Peace Prize for her democratic activism, also praised U.S. support for Venezuelans, but has not yet received the backing to lead amid ongoing political uncertainty. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche is defending the Justice Department's release of more than 3 million pages of files tied to Jeffrey Epstein, saying only a tiny fraction of redactions were incorrect and that fixes are on the way.
That, of course, the nature of this type of review was the volume of materials that were reviewed, that there would be times when this happened, and so we're working hard to make sure that we fix that, and I expect that will continue.
Survivors and advocates, however, say the errors exposed victim information and demand fuller accountability and transparency. President Trump says newly released Jeffrey Epstein files absolve him of wrongdoing and is considering legal action against author Michael Wolff and the Epstein estate, alleging a political conspiracy to harm him. Justice Department officials stress the documents do not show criminal conduct by Trump, even as the political fallout continues. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.87. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.91 a gallon, while Greer County, Oklahoma is down to $2.24. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A powerful winter storm has killed at least 2 people in North Carolina, where officials report more than 1,000 traffic crashes. The storm brought snow and dangerous cold across the southeast and mid-Atlantic, with temperatures in parts of Florida colder than Alaska. Authorities warn power outages and life-threatening cold could linger on for days. A New Jersey man is in custody after being accused of repeatedly crashing his vehicle into the Chabad World Headquarters in Brooklyn.
Police say a driver rammed his vehicle into the main entrance of the synagogue in Crown Heights Wednesday night and then backed up and rammed the entrance again and again. He was quickly taken into custody. The matter is now being investigated as a hate crime. Mayor Zoran Mamdani is reacting.
Any threat to a Jewish institution or place of worship must be taken seriously. Anti-Semitism has no place in our city, and violence or intimidation against Jewish New Yorkers is unacceptable.
Police have stepped up security at places of worship in response.
Scott Pringle, New York.
Denver Archbishop Samuel Aquila is calling for peace.
Denver's Archbishop says both parties have failed on immigration, treating immigrants as pawns and objects without the dignity they deserve. In a statement, he says the current moment is both a political and spiritual crisis, leading to heightened anxiety, harmful rhetoric, and a growing disregard for the dignity of human life. While he recognizes the government's right to protect its borders and the law, he says immigrants deserve more respect. He's asking every school and parish to host a holy hour over the next 2 weeks. I'm Connor Shreve.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your... This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, another hour underway. Indeed, closing out the anniversary of another NASA tragedy, February 1 in 2003, when the space shuttle Columbia, they were just 16 minutes from landing at the Kennedy Space Center when Mission Control at the Johnson Space Center in Houston lost contact. By the time Mission Control was aware that Columbia was overdue, the fiery white streaks had appeared in the skies over Texas as Columbia disintegrated, killing all 7 crew members. Having taken off from the Kennedy Space Center on January 16, during that launch, a piece of foam from the shuttle's orange external tank broke off, slamming into the left wing of the orbiter. NASA's engineers spotted the incident on launch footage, where the impact sent a cloud of debris in the air as the shuttle continued upwards. But they did not realize it had punched a hole in the leading edge of Columbia's wing. The blow from that foam caused the shuttle to overheat and break up upon re-entry. The investigation then determined NASA had underestimated the potential danger of foam debris that had been a problem on a number of other launches. The review board also looked at whether the astronauts could have been saved if NASA had known about the wing damage. Had they taken immediate action, they decided it could have been possible to pull the Space Shuttle Atlantis out of processing and launch it on an unprecedented rescue mission. Then there would have been no way to get Columbia itself home, but they also determined Columbia's astronauts could have attempted a risky on-orbit repair, but there was no guarantee that that would have worked as well. Very sad day, and I remember that very well in the history of NASA. All right. Gromp had a follow-up for us here this morning. Yes, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment. I heard my name mentioned a couple times. Yeah, Dan's right. It takes Senate to impeach federal judges. But Harry Reid in 2004 come up with a nuclear option that would seat a federal judge on a simple majority. It did not do anything to lower the threshold for impeaching a federal judge, which is still under a supermajority of 60 votes. There is not 9 Democrats going to flip over and impeach a federal judge, so that's out of the question. So what happens then? All right, you look at it, what's going on with them. When you're ignoring federal law, when a judge specifically ignores federal law, he's actually violating federal law. All right, that you can file a federal complaint over that. You can file it through. Let's see, it's what is that? The 1980 they had the Judges Conduct and Disabilities Act that was included in on it. You file it through that. You file it through the Judicial Review. You file it through the Bar Association. And the reason you do that is because you build a case against that judge that just continually ignores the law and kind of paves their own way and say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I don't care what the law says, this is what the judge says. That's a violation right there. That's a violation. So when you bring everything in front of the Ethics Committee and you see that they're violating the federal law themselves, it goes in front of the appellate court on appellate review. The appellate court is the one that's going to slap that judge down. They're the ones going to issue the admonishment. They're the ones that's going to issue the punishment, and they can also be the ones that issues the impeachment request that judge is no longer acting as a judge. He's violating the oath of office, so get his ass out of there, or her. That's why I said it needs to go in front of the ethics. You need to file ethics complaints and stuff like that. And I'm sure Pam Bondi and them are doing that. And they're doing that so that it does go in front of the appellate review whenever, and it will come up in the appeals court on all these cases right now that they're trying to adjudicate. But yes, Pam Bondi is the one that and they had a lot of holdovers from the Biden administration on these federal judges, on these immigration judges. They're not judges. They are impaneled as a judge, number one, to adjudicate cases. They're lawyers. They know the law. They know the immigration law. Most of them come out of the immigration courts from years ago. So that was what I was talking about on this. And and when Pappy was talking about those, all those, Chinese and stuff, it's, they estimate that there could be over 12 million drop babies out there floating around, from all these surrogates. And, I know for the last 25 years they've been 400,000 Chinese alone. Now, the problem that I have with all this, number one, is they have a citizenship, number one, which they shouldn't have. And most of these people that's working as surrogates in the 113 different surrogate offices that is actually owned by the Chinese government in the state of California, and they know that, they've got it documented, is that they are green card holders or whatever that comes over here, permanent residents come over here from China that is supposed to be working at some of these Chinese businesses, some of the offices and things like that. Now, yes, they do pay American women a good hefty sum to have their babies over here, but what they want is purist. They want the pure Chinese kids. They want so that they can send them back and they can get involved in the CCP as they grow up, and then they come over here and then they want to screw things up over here. So it's a lot of stuff. But we was talking about the Haitians there. Every one of these damn Haitians and everybody else that came here under the Biden administration, the Haitians in particular, was issued work visas, number one, as temporary refugees. If you remember the Clinton initiative, Steve, have you ever really looked that up? The Clinton Foundation, remember when they were going to Haiti and they was doing all the money spending over there and all that crap, and they were in charge of so much? Since 2018, the Clinton administration's made about I think they said about $2 billion, something like that, as far as donations and stuff. But when you look at the 22 people that are officers of that foundation, every damn one of them is making about $300,000 a year salary, And then you get on down to the three other Clinton parts of the Clinton Foundation. How in the hell can they survive? When you look at it, and they got a $300 million endowment, but yet their salaries and everything exceed the amount of money that's coming in. I still don't understand it. I tried reading the tax records and everything. I was like, damn, this is, this looks like a scam in itself. But apparently, it's passing through the IRS. But I don't know, man. I just want to bring that up about the federal judges, and yeah, you're not gonna Senate cannot just wave a magic wand and say you're impeached. It's not going to happen unless the Republicans actually gets a super majority where they can get rid of some of them fools, and then it's going to take a wheelbarrow load of crap that's rolled into the review system, so that they can look at it and make sure that they are actually violating the law. Or now, they've had several of them that's been impeached just simply because of embezzlement and things like that. That's a gimme. That's a violation of the office. They're breaking the law. They're going to jail. Boom. They don't need an impeachment. Then they're just gone. So usually, they'll make a little lighter sentence on them or something if they resign or whatever. But that's where we're standing with federal judges. So hope the appeals court can, slap a few of them down. But I don't like calling in multiple times. I, give other people some stuff. But, like I said, when somebody mentions my name, or they act like I'm not clarifying something, I like to clarify it. And that's the way it is.
All
right, buddy. Thanks.
Get the rest of the story, as they say. Thank you very much. I mentioned, going back to Pappy's conversation, the president over the weekend says he has directed Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to keep the federal government from intervening in protests or riots in Democrat-led cities unless local officials request help, while at the same time ordering a strong federal response to protect federal property. Via Truth Social, the president said the administration, quote, under no circumstances would participate in handling unrest in poorly run Democrat cities unless state or local governments ask for assistance. Now, he added that federal authorities will guard, and very powerfully so, any and all federal buildings that come under attack. He said he's instructed Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Border Patrol to be very forceful in protecting federal government property, warning that people who assault officers or damage federal vehicles will face severe consequences. There will be no spitting in the faces of our officers. The administration will not tolerate attacks such as rock or brick throwing at law enforcement vehicles. If there is, these people will suffer an equal and more consequence. Now, he emphasized that local governments have primary responsibility for protecting state and local property. Said they also have an obligation to safeguard federal buildings as well as parks and federal assets. We are here to protect federal property, only as a backup, he says, in that it is local and state responsibility to do so. Now, he also pointed to an incident he said occurred overnight in Eugene, Oregon, claiming criminals broke into a federal building, caused major damage, while scaring and harassing employees. He criticized the local police, saying they did nothing to stop the incident. We will not let that happen. Now, he said the federal government will respond quickly when requested, describing such intervention as very easily and methodically. He recalled the Los Angeles riots a year ago, saying a police chief actually credited federal help at the time, but he warned local leaders who object to federal involvement they must explicitly ask for assistance, saying they should use the word please. He also suggested the military could be deployed if necessary, saying ICE, Border Patrol, and if necessary, military would be extremely powerful and tough in protecting federal property. So he's closed by framing his approach as part of the broader agenda, saying he was elected on border control, national security, and law and order. That's what America wants, and that's what America is getting.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, let's take it on down to a very chilly Sunshine State. Boy, oh boy. What's the groundhog going to tell you? 6 more weeks of winter? Morning, Philip.
I don't know about Punxsutawney Phil, but Florida Phil's going to tell you it's a little chilly right now. How you doing, buddy?
No doubt about it.
Yeah, we down around 30 degrees right now. But, it is what it is. I lived up in Illinois for 10 years, and when I moved back in 2002, I made sure I brought my clothes back with me that I had from up there, and I got a lot of the stuff on today that I had back when I was up there. So it's all good, Steve. We're good. You just got to adapt to your situation, just like you guys do up there in Cincinnati. So it is what it is.
I hadn't done any checking, but I'm obviously, I presume, like all the water parks and whatnot are shut down with these kind of temperatures.
Yeah, the water parks are all shut down. Typhoon Lagoon and the volcano at Universal, that Volcano Bay, it's shut down. They're not running any of those parks. Our park will be open today, as far as I know. I haven't heard anything. All of our water rides that we have, like, Tiana's and all that, that'll probably be shut down. I would think they don't want to, put people in there. Now, Pirates of the Caribbean, that's a water ride. That's inside a building. That's not a big problem. Same way with It's a Small World. It's a small world. You're just going around the boat. You're not getting thrown around or anything. But any of the outdoor water rides are they're going to be shut down with this, and it's about the equipment and stuff, and you don't want to get people wet this kind of weather. So, but we're coming out of it today. We're going to warm up. And as the week goes on, we'll be getting better. But then it's going to go down a little bit toward the end of the week because we're going to have another front moving through. But we don't have it as bad as you guys. And I respect you guys. You guys are going through a lot more crap than we are. I mean, we're trickling water. And I was out yesterday, and it was about 10 o'clock in the morning. I think the wind chill outside was about 11 or 12 was what our wind chill was. We had some heck of a winds Saturday into Sunday. We had 40-mile-an-hour winds sustained at a few points during the day. That wind gradient was just going nutso with the wind coming across us, coming down the state.
Mm-hmm.
We did have snow flurries yesterday, but it was hit and miss. We didn't have any where I was at. It just was in like where the water would come up off the Gulf, and it would, it would hit the warm air and then come back down as flurries. It wasn't nothing that accumulated or that was going to pose a threat to anybody. So, it is what it is. I mean, it's winter, right? We've had this before. We had it in 2010. So, but I do appreciate you bringing up Columbia, buddy. That was a pretty horrific accident with that space shuttle. A lot of people don't know that those heat tiles on those shuttles can go everywhere. They can put them anywhere they want on a flat surface. But there's one place they can't put them, and that's on the leading edge of the wings. And it's like an airplane. It's got a rounded front wing. So what they use is a carbon-on-carbon fiber. It's kind of like carbon fiber, what you see, but it's a lot heavier and a lot more durable, and it takes the heat a lot more. And that's what got punched on that takeoff with that foam. And who would think a piece of styrofoam would take a piece of carbon-on-carbon,
right?
It's almost as hard as steel, and take it out, but it did. And they have all the video footage to prove it. If anybody wants to see what happens when you come back in a situation like that, I strongly recommend anybody watching the previous Starship flights, especially the ones that they show the Starship burning up in space, and you'll see what Columbia went through. You can actually see the plasma going around. It's like a torch, just like a plasma cutter that cuts metal, and it just eats it up. And that's what happened with them. It had a hole in it. When they hit the plasma, they come back, the transition from space to gravity and all that stuff. And that plasma is up there. It's 3,000 degrees and 4,000 degrees in some instances. And you just can't put any kind of metal through that heat and not have it, deteriorate.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a direct hole in the wing, basically, is what they had, and it just stayed in there. And it was like a torch going in there and just cutting it apart. And eventually it got into the shuttle itself and tore it completely apart. So, I mean, that's just the way it works. That's the physics. Steve, when you see these Falcon 9 boosters come back and land on that drone ship, when you see them do what they call the re-entry burn, you hear, they go through that stage. Okay, so what they're doing is that plasma starts forming around it at the time they do that re-entry burn. And what they do is they put fire, like basically a shield of fire from the engine, and it goes around the whole lower surface of that booster. And that re-entry burn gets them through that plasma stage, if that makes sense. That's what they're doing. They're killing fire with fire. And you can't do that with a shuttle when you're on re-entry. You couldn't do it. You can't do it with these capsules. That's the reason they have this heat shields on the bottom of them that they pay very close attention to. Even this one that's out on the launch pad right now, that heat shield on that thing was protected like it was gold or something, because you just don't want any kind of damage to it, because it could kill people. And that's one thing you got to look at when you're coming back. The descent can be as dangerous as the ascent, if that makes sense. So when you're coming back, it's just as dangerous as when you're going up. And when you're staying up there, it's just as dangerous as well. I mean, it's a very fine line you're going through with technology when you're up there in space. And it's something you got to pay attention to when you're looking at these things, and what this is what our future is going to be. So, But Steve, what's up with it? I know we have protesters down here, and I know it's happening. Everybody says it's just in Minnesota. We have them down here, but they're not.
Yeah, well, hold the thought there, because we got a pause for the news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is calling for broad reforms at the Department of Homeland Security as the House prepares to vote on ending the government shutdown.
ICE agents should conduct themselves like every other law enforcement agency in the country.
Jeffries says Democrats are reviewing their path on DHS funding and called the Senate-passed deal a meaningful step forward. President Trump says newly released Jeffrey Epstein files absolve him of wrongdoing and is considering legal action against author Michael Wolff and the Epstein estate, alleging a political conspiracy to harm him. Justice Department officials stress the documents do not show criminal conduct by Trump, even as the political fallout continues. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.87. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.91 a gallon, while Greer County, Oklahoma is down to $2.24. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, here comes Groundhog Day. Punxsutawney Phil. Will he see his shadow? Well, that's the question we all await. Suffice it to say, we've got more winter coming our way. I don't know about 6 more weeks of winter, but I can factually tell you waves of frigid air will continue to be released into much of the eastern U.S. Through at least mid-February. Yeah, not all cold patterns in the winter are due to the polar vortex, but this storm, which typically resides near the Arctic Circle, contains the coldest air, has shifted and weakened at times this winter, allowing some of that frigid air to escape to the south. Now, for many areas in the eastern USA, the Arctic outbreak that started late January will continue right into the first part of this week and bring with it some of the most severe cold and lowest temperatures of the winter. Subsequent blasts of air in the first 7 to 10 days of February may not be quite as extreme, according to AccuWeather, because the ongoing cold has led to a rapid increase in ice cover on the Great Lakes. The modifying effect of the shrinking open water is progressively being reduced. This means that there will be less open water to take the edge off the Arctic air as it moves southward. And many areas now have an extensive snow cover, which insulates the ground and keeps the cold air, helps the cold air travel further and more efficiently. Both of these conditions allow temperatures to plummet during the overnight hours where the winds are light, the sky is clear. You might have a day or two here and there where the frigid conditions back off a little bit, thanks in part to strengthening February sunshine. But any sort of a warming trend is going to be very brief. Now, they say we are monitoring a potential polar vortex disruption in early February that might give an extra boost to the cold in the eastern U.S. about 7 to 10 days later. So the frequent Arctic outbreaks in the coming weeks are basically a continuation of what started about mid-January. So we're going to see monthly temperatures well below historical average over much of the eastern U.S. once again. Yeah, the long-term team, the long-range team, not only looks at conditions in North America, but current conditions and anticipated changes around the planet to make their extended forecast. In terms of upcoming storms, there will be a rather moisture-starved feature that spreads an area of snow from portions of the Missouri to Virginia Tuesday to Wednesday. Another clipper storm may follow that a day or two later over the upper Midwest, with a second, more southern storm with some snow and ice maybe to end the upcoming week. So there you go. The much larger storm that they were talking about prior to the middle of the month, that's going to be studied very closely in the coming days. That storm would have the potential to bring snow and ice to much of the northern half of the country from Montana and Wyoming, Colorado, all the way to New York, New Jersey, New England. Yeah, we're talking the neighborhood of February 12th through the 15th. All right, we left off there. We were chatting with Philip. Yeah, protesters around the country. And, yeah, we don't hear a whole lot out of Florida, but you were saying you've got them there as well.
Yeah, we do. We got them here. And but I was kind of shocked the other day. They were on the local TV channel. They were talking with them, and they're actually they're paid ones. And we do have them down here, too, as well. The only thing is they're being a little bit more civil down here than they are being in Minnesota. But one question, I know you guys have talked a lot about this immigration thing and ICE and all this kind of stuff, and we've been talking about it for a while now. This is the question I want to leave with everybody as far as this goes. I'm going to go on to something else. But if that guy that got took down, the last one they had, why would you bring a gun with you if you didn't have an intention to use it? Now, I know people use them for protection. Don't get me wrong. I get that. But why would you carry a weapon? Mm-hmm. If he truly carried a weapon, Steve, if he truly had a weapon on him, I'm just saying, why if you had to understand he had that weapon for a reason. And there has to be a reason why he had that weapon. Now, we don't know it, obviously, because the guy has passed away. But that's my question that I have about it. That's what I've questioned about it for the whole deal. Now, one thing that people are not understanding about us in cold weather down here is, and think about this, Steve. I'm a fourth generation Floridian, and I'm used to 90% humidity all the time, right? And look at our dew points that we've had in the last 24 to 48 hours. This dryness it's like going out to Arizona for the first time for us. You know what I mean? And that's one thing that a lot of us are coping with down here right now. I know we have a lot of people that are probably having allergy issues, and you can tell my voice is a little different because of it. And it's something that we go through in winter, and it's something that we're going to be coping with. Now, we're not as bad as you guys. You guys have a lot of moisture hanging out with you up there with that snow, but still, that's one thing that a lot of people don't realize when they come live down here is it ain't just the temperature that changes with your body down here. It's also the moisture content in the air. And when your body becomes used to this kind of moisture content and then it's taken away, it's a big deal. So, but everybody, y'all be safe out there. I appreciate you having me, and we'll talk to you later.
All right. Stay warm, Philip. Bundled up in the deep south. Yes, indeed. About 19 before the hour. Hey, it's been a while since we've heard from the Knucklebuster. What's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm just sitting back here watching the sleep there because I can't, right? Well, I got news for you. We've always got 6 more weeks of winter. The spring equinox is not going to be here until Friday, March 20th, 2026 at 09:46. That's military time or computer time. And for those that don't understand that, that's 9:46 a.m. in the Central Time, but that'll be 10:46 your time, see? Because you're an hour ahead of me. I'd like to pick that fat rodent in the backside myself. Philip, I always carry my water blaster everywhere I go. I'm 100% Second Amendment, just to protect myself there, right? You protect yourself too, don't you, Steve, that and your family?
Well, absolutely. But I'm not going to take. I ain't going to go to a protest and start fighting with ICE officers, though. That's the dumbass.
Yeah, well, I ain't either. I just let them go on down there and do what they got to do. They can protest all they want. They mess with ICE and or the police and get shot. Ain't no big deal to me. I'm still in my house. So I read on PopularScience.com there that there's a rare copy of the Declaration of Independence going to auction. So you and I will not be able to afford that piece of paper. So they didn't say what it was going for. So, and did you know that Tesla just killed 40% of its lineup so it can build robots?
I saw that. Yes, I had that story. They're kind of getting. I guess car sales are down. They're kind of adjusting their business model, I guess.
Right. Yeah. They're. Elon said that the automaker will end production of the Model S, Model X, with no replacement set to arrive. Let's see. That's out in Fremont, California, and they're going to build Optimus robots. Now, that was my next question. What the hell is an Optimus robot? Is that one of them sex robots, see?
I don't believe. I think that's the robot that's supposed to help us with our everyday help around the house, folding laundry, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What was that? Rosie. That was the robot on the Jetsons, right?
Yes.
Yep. Well, it's a 5'8", 125-pound humanoid robot. So, well, all I know one thing, Steve, is, and I'm ready for this cold weather you left down here to go back on up north where you belong with it. So I won't tell you Mama's funky britches there. Did you hear about the cheese factory that exploded in France?
I did not hear about that.
Yeah, debris was everywhere.
I bet it was.
Yeah, this is for Rambler and Pappy. Did you hear they arrested the devil? Yeah, they got him on possession, see? Yep. And I've told this Jimmy Hoffa joke before. They found him in the hospital in the maternity ward trying to organize labor. Do you know what you call a mobster who's buried in cement?
What is it?
A hardened criminal.
That would be true.
Yep. Let's get that Semper Fi shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all my Marine Corps brothers and sisters, and especially our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. Y'all buy some Stabile products, and I had plenty of Stabile out there to put in my gas from a generator. But matter of fact, I went and bought a second generator, but I didn't need either one of them there. The two single women that live across the street from me, they got 4 dogs, 6 cats, and it would have been 3 women that would have piled over in my house if the electricity had gone out. So I just went and bought another generator to keep all that from happening. But since I had it, I didn't even have to use it there. Y'all get some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products too. Call Steve at 844-844-3388. And Steve, we still got 6 more weeks of winter. I don't care what that fat ass rodent says. So,
well, like it or not, that is correct.
All right, have yourself a great morning. I'm still happily retired, so we'll just keep it at that, right?
All right, Knucklebuster, appreciate you checking in. Have a great Monday, greatest day of the week. Yeah, I had that in the headlines there. Tesla actually kind of pivoting away from traditional car manufacturing and moving more toward their artificial intelligence, robotics, and chip production. Even as revenue from their core auto business continues to slide. At the Fremont, California factory, Tesla plans to stop producing some of the older vehicles and convert that plant to build, as Knucklebuster mentioned, humanoid robots. The shift as they prepare to spend roughly $20 billion this year on what it sees as a fundamental business transformation. Forget the Tesla you knew. Yeah, the Tesla of yesterday is gone. We believe Elon Musk has reached a definitive burn the ships inflection point. A total commitment to a vision that leaves no room for retreat, as they put it. This analyst investment firm recommends buying Tesla stock after capital expenditures fell 24% last year. Tesla said spending will more than double this year as it moves further away from electric vehicles and deeper into artificial intelligence. They are prioritizing driverless technology, humanoid robots, and eventually the chips needed to power those systems. Now, automotive revenue, still about 70% of Tesla's business, fell 10% last year. The company failed to introduce a new electric vehicle model and faced intensifying competition, particularly from China's BYD and European automakers Volkswagen and BMW. Overall revenue declined for the first time in Tesla's history. On the earnings call, Elon Musk confirmed Tesla is going to end production of the Model S sedan and the Model X SUVs. While those vehicles represented less than 3% of deliveries last year, they did help make electric vehicles more mainstream, they say. So the end of the Model S and X marks the symbolic passing of the baton into physical AI. It is more than abundantly clear now that Tesla is not an auto company per se. Okay, the humanoid robots. They've promoted Optimus as a bipedal robot capable of performing tasks as varied as factory work, surgery, babysitting. You're going to let your robot babysit? All right, Musk's preview says Optimus could make Tesla a $25 trillion company and that robots could eventually represent 80% of Tesla's value. Are the robots going to go mainstream? You know, all the bets on electric vehicles didn't really pan out, did they? All right, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
All right, let me pass this your way. Let's see. Jeff said, heads up, Steve. I-70 eastbound in the state of Illinois at the 145 yardstick. Big truck on its side, sideways, blocking all eastbound lanes. So eastbound I-70 Illinois shut down this early Monday. Thanks for the heads up. Meanwhile, in the trucking industry, phishing schemes and other forms of cyber theft are not unique. Anybody with an email or a cell phone, you're probably confronted by some type of a scam multiple times a month, if not more often than that. But there's a recent phishing scam you need to be on the lookout for. This one specifically targets motor carriers. The FMCSA began warning truckers about the scheme last week, stating the FMCSA has identified a new aggressive phishing campaign in which motor carriers receive emails falsely claiming to be from the Department of Transportation or other FMCSA officials. Now, these emails often contain professional-looking documents and legitimate-looking links, but they are fake and designed to steal sensitive information or demand illegal payments. To protect carriers from this phishing scam, the FMCSA provided a need-to-know list. These emails do not come from the DOT or the FMCSA. Official FMCSA correspondent almost always using an email address ending in .gov, G-O-V. In special circumstances such as customer satisfaction surveys, after contacting the FMCSA contact center, emails may come from a non.gov address. But these surveys are only asking for feedback, will not ask for any personal information, payment, or account information. Links in phishing emails typically lead to suspicious non.gov domains. For example, fmcsa.web.saferwebdataconnect.pro. The FMCSA will never request payment or sensitive information like your UCR, your PIN, your Social Security number, bank details. If you have any doubts, avoid clicking links and verify all communication directly through the FMCSA's official channels, including the call center. So again, if you suspect a suspicious email, do not click on any links or open any attachments. Do not reply to the sender. File a complaint with the FBI through their IC3 site. Report suspicious emails to the FMCSA Contact Center. And you can visit the Federal Trade Commission site for more information on phishing and email verification. Always looking to make a cheap buck, aren't they? All right, it's 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll get a news break as we roll up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. We'll welcome you into a Monday. Meanwhile, more details in the coming hour. AGX Freight Group has indefinitely suspended operations, citing a dispute with a senior secured lender that restricted their access to working capital. According to the report, the Jacksonville, Florida-based freight brokerage and logistics provider said the lender dispute prevented the company from accessing funds they needed to support day-to-day operations and forced them to halt business, with all current operations, closing over the past weekend, shut down. Like I said, more details forthcoming in our next hour. First, news update. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Hot Shot Secret, the additive brand trusted by truckers, farmers, and gearheads to clean, protect, and extend engine life. Hot Shot Secret available nationwide at truck stops, farm, and automotive retailers, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson is expressing confidence that the partial government shutdown will come to an end on Tuesday.
The Republican tells NBC's Meet the Press he believes they have enough Republican votes to push forward, even after Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries warned Johnson they can't rely on Democrats to help fast-track a funding package.
We have a logistical challenge of getting everyone in town, and because of the conversation I had with Hakeem Jeffries, I know that we've got to pass a rule and probably do this mostly on our own.
The House will be back in session on Monday. A deal agreed to by President Trump and Senate Democrats would fund all of the government except Homeland Security, which would operate on a 2-week stopgap bill. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Iran is warning a U.S. strike will spark a regional conflict.
Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei made the comments on state TV Sunday. This after President Trump has repeatedly threatened to attack Iran over the killing of protesters. Khamenei says the Iranian people will not be stirred by these threats. On Saturday, Trump said Iran was seriously talking with the U.S. as he's called on the country to negotiate a nuclear weapons deal. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Both sides in the Luigi Mangione New York State case are being called back to the courtroom for an unexpected hearing this week.
New York Judge Gregory Caro summoning both Mangione's defense team and state prosecutors back to the courtroom for a previously unscheduled hearing for this upcoming Friday. The letter did not provide a reason for the hearing. It comes days after the state requested to begin the trial on July 1st, something Mangione's team has been adamantly against. Judge Caro has also been weighing whether the evidence collected by Altoona, Pennsylvania police during Mangione's arrest will be allowed at trial, though that decision is not due until May 18th. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.87. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.91, while Greer County, Oklahoma, $2.24 a gallon. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Democrats are celebrating an upset victory in a Texas special election, flipping a Fort Worth area state Senate seat held by Republicans since 1992. Democrat Taylor Rebbitt defeated a Trump-backed Republican in a district President Trump carried by 17 points in 2024. President Trump is announcing a new initiative to fight drug addiction.
The President signed an executive order Thursday in the Oval Office that calls for a coordinated federal response to drug addiction and substance abuse. It calls for the creation of a White House Great American Recovery Initiative to be chaired by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Catherine Burgum, the wife of Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. President Trump has made addressing drug issues a focal point of his second term, conducting strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Frigid weather is being blamed for 14 outdoor deaths in New York City in the past week.
The weather's brutal Arctic grip on the city has resulted in victims being found on a park bench in Queens, under elevated train tracks in the Bronx, and just steps from a Manhattan hospital. 14 deaths, with at least 8 attributed so far to hypothermia. New York City typically sees 15 cold weather deaths, but that's in an entire year. Code Blue continues in the city, with Mayor Mamdani saying 16 people were involuntarily removed from the streets on Saturday. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388.
What do you say? We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. Hey, happy Groundhog's Day, right? So I guess right about this time, folks begin gathering there. Spending hours out in the cold awaiting Punxsutawney Phil coming out of his burrow. Trying to pull up the latest. Let's see. I guess, even as cold as it is, there are crowds gathering. Just looking at some of the live feed from Punxsutawney, PA. Here we go. For the 140th time, Punxsutawney Phil will take his stance on winter weather from Gobbler's Knob. Summoned from his tree stump, 7:15 a.m. this morning. Will he see his shadow? According to the folklore, there will be 6 more weeks of winter if he sees his shadow. If he doesn't, spring comes early. The year 1886 marked the first time Groundhog Day appeared in the local newspaper there in Punxsutawney, PA. That tradition has continued to grow, now celebrated all over the world, of course. The president of the Groundhog Club likens experience of attending Groundhog Day as something akin to a climber reaching Mount Everest. I depict our guests that come out for Groundhog Day like Mount Everest climbers. It is both a bucket list item and an endurance test as attendees await Phil's annual prediction. The people that are here are so happy to get caught up in the happiness, and you're truly moved by the experience. It's just about having some fun in the middle of winter time. But festivities have pretty much remained unchanged for nearly 140 years, guided by Groundhog Club's Inner Circle. Now, this guy served as president for 14 years. He said he still feels the excitement when Phil emerges, and describes his communication as a nonverbal exchange. We communicate through winks, chirps, nods, purrs, and things like that. It's not an actual conversation. Well, really, I'm glad you had to explain that to us. All right, Phil, not the only groundhog making predictions, of course. In New York, there are multiple groundhog predictors. Staten Island Chuck, Dunkirk Dave, Unlike the very much alive Phil, the taxidermied makes a prediction in Quarryville, Pennsylvania. Last year, Orphe is the name. Predicted early spring, disagreed with Phil's decision that there would be 6 more weeks of winter. Don't have a groundhog in Nevada. There's Mojave Max, a tortoise whose weather prediction actually sits at maybe 25%. Where does Phil stand? In 2024, it was unfortunately only a little bit above Max at 35% accuracy. That according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Staten Island Chuck allegedly has the best track record, coming in at 85%. All right, everybody sticks with Phil, though. Meanwhile, we got a Monday, greatest day of the week. Eagle, what's going on, Eagle? Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, I'm still out here on the road. Trying to make my way back to Texas. I'm stuck over here in Alabama right now. Yeah, it's pretty cool outside tonight. The cold went down pretty far. It's all the way down Alabama, Florida, all that, 20 to 30 degrees.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty cold. So hopefully by the time I get to Texas on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, it'll be a little bit warmer. Because then after that, once I get to Texas, I'm going to take a couple of days off, and then I'll be headed. Hopefully the weather will be good for Daytona in another week or two. The Super Bowl next week, and then Daytona is the next Sunday. So hopefully the weather will be good in Florida. Hopefully it'll at least be in the 70s for the race. Yeah, then I'm going to be headed that way when I leave my house. I'll get me a load back over to the east somewhere, maybe Pennsylvania, and then work my way back down to Florida. I don't know if I'm gonna go to the Saturday race or not. I might go to the Saturday race too in Daytona. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make that one, but I'll definitely be there on that Sunday race. I'm definitely gonna be there as long as they don't have no rain or nothing like that. So it's still a little bit of time to predict the weather right now. So anything can happen in the next week or two, but hopefully they won't have to cancel. Because they already had to cancel one race already, Steve. The first race, they had to move it to Wednesday. They said they had snow.
Yep.
in North Carolina. Snow, they couldn't race today. I don't know why they probably got to get the track clean. So the next 2 days, I guess that's why they made it for Wednesday instead of tomorrow. They probably take time to get the track cleared and the snow and all that. So they rescheduled it for Monday. I mean, not my fault, for Wednesday. They rescheduled the race for Wednesday. So in a way, it's kind of good because I wasn't able to watch it today because I was driving. So hopefully I'll be home by then. I'll be able to watch the race. So that's in a way, it's kind of good because I've been driving all day long today. But, Steve, before I get into the politics thing and a dream come true for a person like me, I just wish it would have happened. I just wish it would have happened on Thursday when you was on the radio so I could really raise some hell, but didn't happen like that. But before I say this, I told you this about a week or so ago, Steve, about the Super Bowl. And I've talked to some of my other family members and other people that I know, and I'm not gonna watch the Super Bowl. I don't like neither one of the teams that are playing anyway, but I don't like what they're I don't like what they're advertising for the halftime performance.
Yeah.
I don't agree with a man performing with a dress on. I don't agree with that type of lifestyle, and I don't want my kids and my family to be involved in something like that. And if the NFL, if the NFL thinks that that's appropriate for people, for millions and millions of people all over the world to watch a man perform in a dress, then I got a big problem with that. So I say to hell with the NFL, and I'll find something else to do on Sunday. I won't miss the Super Bowl. I don't give a damn about it. I'd rather watch the Daytona 500 something that's family oriented than to watch a man perform in a dress. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And Donald Trump said the same thing. Donald Trump said he's not going to even watch the Super Bowl. And there's a lot of other people that's not going to watch it. It's not just me. So I say to hell with the NFL. If they can't find if they can't find all these performers they got in the world, if they can't find nobody better than that, then shame on the NFL as far as I'm concerned. Now, getting to another subject, Steve, I've talked to you about this guy for years and years and years and years. And finally, they got rid of him at CNN, and Donald Trump made some more comments about him. He's a failed loser, a loudmouth, a racist, you name it. That's what he is. And he finally got what was coming to him. They put him in jail. The only bad thing is they let him back out. That's the sad part. That's the bad part about it. They should have kept him in there longer than that for what he did. But he back out on the streets again, and he's still running his mouth, talking about he won't be quiet, that he's not going to that he's going to continue to do what he do, which is talk a bunch of nonsense. But I was one of the, when I woke up on Friday morning, Steve, that was the first thing I heard when I turned my radio on my truck. It was all over the news. Don Lemon has been arrested in a midnight arrest. They got a Thursday night or something. They had arrested him that night after you went off the radio. They had arrested him. And like I said, I had you should have seen the smile on my face when he finally got what was coming to him. But like I said, the bad part about it is that he back out on the streets again. And because, like I said, this guy here is nothing but a loser. Anybody associated with CNN is a loser, Steve. From any of the names you want to name, none of them are good. All of them is phony broadcasts. MSNBC, all of them, CBS, ABC, you name them, ain't none of them gonna give you the right deal. If you want to get the honest deal, your best bet is to go to Newsmax or something like that. Those people will tell you the whole deal. Fox News is sold out. Fox News, they got one or two guys on their station that actually try to do the right thing, but they try to keep them quiet. So I'm through. I don't even waste my time with Fox anymore because you're not gonna get the whole story with them guys either. So it's a shame what it's don't come to in terms of journalism, like Trump says, where you got these fake, phony journalists that only look at one side, which is the left side, and they still with this story about good old innocent man up there in Minnesota that got shot by the police. They still talking about he was a nice guy. He was a nurse. He was this. He was that. They never say, you never say nothing. No, Amy, you never hear him say nothing about the gun that he had on his possession. They don't talk about that, Steve. So it's the same old thing. So my advice is for people, stop listening to that God. Don't even waste your time listening to those broadcasts because you're not going to get the whole story. Now, as far as the other situation goes, Steve, with Ilhan Omar, the same deal. Ilhan Omar, you notice how quiet she is because she knows that deal that happened last week was a staged event. She's quiet as a mouse, and hopefully they'll investigate that and she'll get some justice for her for doing what she did, the spectacle that she put on, and she only embarrassed herself. Because anybody, a blind man, could see that guy didn't pose no threat to her, and she's still with the same old rhetoric. And now we got a new person on the scene, Steve. I thought this person she had disappeared, and she'd been quiet for so long. I thought that she had got out of the game, but now she back in the news again. Probably the ugliest woman in the history of politics that I've ever seen, and that's good old Maxine Waters. She back out there in California telling these people to protest. They raising all kind of hell out there in California right now. I was watching that on TV yesterday and the other day on YouTube. And they out there in front of the ICE facility. These people are so stupid, Steve. It's above my imagination, the stupidity of these people. They sit out there all night long and yelling and screaming at this ICE building they really think that ICE is telling ICE to F off and go away, leave the city, and this is what they call a protest, is standing out in the middle of the street and just yelling and screaming all night long at the ICE facility, thinking that they actually gonna release all the prisoners release all the detainees that's in the building. This is how stupid they are, and then they got the nerve to get mad when the cars try to pull out of the place and they stand in front of the cars, and then when one of them get almost hit, then they want to claim that that the ICE people are being aggressive. If you stand in front of a car, what do you think is going to happen, you idiot? So like I said before, Steve, I'm fed up with the whole deal. I'm fed up with all these people with the protests, because it's not, at this point, it's not a protest. People are showing up with a gas mask, and like they said, like one of the other callers said, Grump said, they get more and more violent. The few people that are showing up, which is Antifa, they're getting more and more violent. They're bringing guns. They're bringing tear gas. They're bringing weapons with them to these protests. And it's just a matter, like I say, I'm shocked, to be honest with you, Steve, that an ICE man hasn't been killed yet. And all these protests we don't have night after night over the last couple of weeks and months, we still, ICE patrol hasn't been killed yet. But I believe that day is coming with the hatred that these people have for ICE and the government that they live in. By the way, Steve, for the government that they hate so much, but guess what? They're not trying to lead the country. They hate the country, though. They say they hate the United States. They don't like living here. But guess what? They not buying no plane ticket to leave. So that just shows you the stupidity of these people. Because last time I checked, if you hated the United States that much, you'd be going to your local airport, wherever you live at, and purchase you a ticket. Because last time I checked, Donald Trump wasn't stopping nobody from leaving the United States of America. And I thank you for taking my call.
Very good. Thank you, Eagle. Have a good morning. About 21 past the hour of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Rest of the story real quick. Jacksonville, Florida, AGX Freight shutting down over the weekend. AGX Freight is not in default, and we categorically disagree with the lender's position as it relates to the company, according to the president of AGX, Mike Williams. In a news release, we have sufficient working capital on our balance sheet to fund operations, pay employees, agents, and carriers. This is not liquidity, it's accessibility. The company apparently had spent weeks pursuing interim financing, new capital, and an ownership restructuring that would have allowed it to continue operating while the dispute was resolved, but those efforts ultimately failed to prevent the shutdown. Founded in 2016, AGX Freight grew into a full-service logistics and transportation platform offering truckload, less than truckload, intermodal, and specialized freight services, according to the company profile. Prior to the shutdown, the company reported up to 50 employees. The carrier concerns after the shutdown, since the suspension was announced, some carriers and logistics partners have posted across some of the industry forums and social media seeking clarity about outstanding invoices and the next steps following the abrupt halt in operations. Industry fraud monitoring groups have separately warned that broker shutdowns are often followed by impersonation attempts or urging carriers to verify load tenders, payment requests, and email domains, anything referencing AGX Freight Group. So there you have it. Well, what do you say? Horse feathers?
I guess we'll try again there. So I don't know if that's any better or not for you.
I don't hear any TikTok. Not this time.
Yeah, I don't know what goes on with your trying to connect in with your electronic internet system there. So must be it's the first call of the night or something that it does it with. But anyway, so, hey, speaking of the night there, what was it? Was it the snow moon? Is that what we had for a full moon at 5:09 p.m. there yesterday?
That is correct. Yes, the snow moon.
Yeah, that was out bright and sunny, or bright and moony, I guess. Not sunny, bright and moony. Well, I guess it'd be sunny because it's the reflection of the sun that causes it to be bright. So, but there was actually shadows on the ground from that last night. So anyways, it would take that where you're at. I'm not sure. Can't really tell. Don't really see any stars out there now, so I don't know if it's clouded over yet or a little bit or not. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, this breeze is quite stiff, so it's good and chilly here. And I guess most of the snow they're predicting for Tuesday night, I guess it's Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, that it'll be more south on the southern side of Maryland. So from DC south is expected to get some more, probably at least an inch, maybe up to 2, and northern Maryland up to the Mason-Dixon line there is kind of predicted to have about an inch across that area there. So, and I'm not sure. They don't really say too much. Maryland people don't like to tell you too much about what's going to happen up in Pennsylvania. So I don't know if too much more is going to come there or not. So so the race got postponed a little bit more because it got postponed from the weekend, and they had it all build up to be Monday night there at 6 o'clock.
Yep. Now they said Wednesday. I think I guess with the snow on the ground, the concern was the people being able to get to the track safely, and then I guess obviously they've got to get the parking plowed, cleared, and whatnot. So hold the thought there. Wednesday will be the race. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Hot Shot Secret, trusted by diesel owners nationwide to clean injectors, reduce wear, and extend engine life. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson is expressing confidence that the partial government shutdown will come to an end on Tuesday.
The Republican tells NBC's Meet the Press he believes they have enough Republican votes to push forward, even after Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries warned Johnson they can't rely on Democrats to help fast-track a funding package.
Because of the conversation I had with Hakeem Jeffries, I know that we've got to pass a rule and probably do this mostly on our own.
The House will be back in session on Monday, a deal agreed to by President Trump and Senate Democrats Democrats would fund all of the government except Homeland Security, which would operate on a 2-week stopgap bill. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos and his father have returned to Minnesota after being detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement in Texas. A federal judge ordered their release. Democratic Representative Joaquin Castro escorted them home. The case drew national attention after images of Liam in custody sparked outrage over immigration enforcement practices. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air for good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
A couple of emails over the weekend from Brain Dead. He said, it's been a long time. We haven't done a DA of the Week nominee in a while, but he said, this guy definitely fits the category. Under the do not try this at home. That's the word from officials in Milton, Massachusetts, near Boston. Now, this time of year, for those who had the snow, and you get some daytime melting, and then the nighttime, the refreeze, you end up with ice dams where your gutters literally fill up with ice. His idea was, well, I'll melt the ice with a torch. I guess you know the rest of the story, right? He set his house on fire. The blaze started in the front left corner where he was trying to melt ice in the gutters there. And when fire officials arrived, they thought it was going to be a small fire there in the corner. There wasn't much showing. As soon as they got into that corner, they realized the entire attic was engulfed in flames. Ice dams form in the gutters on the edge of a roof. Oftentimes, they can cause water to pool and kind of go leak back up and leak into the home. All right, the homeowner later admitted that this was not the right way to take care of the problem. All right, so I guess live and learn, but I think the whole house was a loss. All right, Horse Feathers, welcome back.
Yeah, all right. So anyways, I don't know, were they predicting any attendance that they were hoping for on a good weekend to have it on the weekend and then to have it?
I'm thinking a Wednesday. I mean, most people are probably going to be working or what. I don't think. What do you think? Will they have half a crowd there? Or?
I would be lucky to say if they would have half a crowd on the weekend and then having it pushed back to Sunday night or Monday night there. And that was going to be, I'm sure, very low attendance. But Wednesday, is that still in the evening on Wednesday, or is that in the daytime now?
All I know is they said the gates open at 12:30.
Okay, because I thought there was a qualifying race that was early, but then I didn't know when the regular other part of the race was. But anyways, so I don't know. I guess we'll have to see if NASCAR pulls out and able to do. But wish them the best, but they're still on the decline, it looks like there. So maybe they have some good ideas, but we'll have to wait and see. I think as long as they keep running the cars they do, I don't think any real improvement will come along unless for the fans to have entertainment to watch, because it's just the car. I think it's the cars themselves that just are limiting what the drivers are able to do, and of course what the teams and crews are able to do to make the cars run. And you can't get any advantage from your skill or coming up with a little gimmick that would possibly give you a little bit of an advantage. It's just too much IROC at this point, and I don't know. None of the cars, as I say, none of the cars are different there. All the only thing different about them is which decals they stick on them. Pretty much, there's no real definition of the body that makes it be what what's supposed to be out of the dealership. But anyways, that's NASCAR, and that's where they're at. So the truck show coming up here, and I keep hearing this thing on Hot Shot Secret about you doing taste tests and sampling. Are you and the Princess going to have like shot glasses set up there at the Steve Summers booth there in the Hot Shot Secrets booth, giving out taste testing samples of the products, or what's going on? Are you guys gonna have like beer taps pouring out everyday diesel treatment for people to taste, or?
Hey, they will have free samples of the everyday diesel treatment. They always do.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you and Princess are going to be pouring them into shot glasses for everybody to take a taste of them while they're there.
Yeah,
I hear all this advertisement going on here about.
He says it might be kind of gross.
Yeah, possibly, but I guess you don't know until you try, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But anyways, I don't know. We had a couple other things for you there, but in the whole process of trying to get back through and supposed to go one place to load, can't load, so you got to go to another place. So we've been back and forth with a whole bunch of stuff. And anyways, there. So train of thoughts about wore out for the morning here, I think. So other than that, I guess just if everybody's around anywhere in the area for Tuesday there, just keep an eye of the sky and see what starts coming down and be aware of your surroundings, because what we already still have on the ground here hasn't been cleaned up very well. I think I expressed that last Friday pretty well, that they pretty much, snowplow operators pretty much checked out about a day or two after they pushed off the initial snow. And I don't know, I guess maybe they had to go back, and at some point here, I would assume that the pre-treatment crews are going to start coming out, though. We don't have enough salt on the roads yet. We can just barely see the dots in the middle of the road through the salt that's there, but I'm sure the pre-treatment crews will be getting ready, itchy to get back out and pre-treat the roads for this next dusting the inch or two that's supposed to be coming along. So I guess we'll see where all that ends up. But other than that, Your Honor, I guess we'll let you go and let you do some due diligence there.
All right. Sounds like a plan here on a Monday. All right. Plowboy. Yeah, he mentioned say a prayer for Lou Holtz, the legendary football coach. And I saw one of those headlines over the weekend stating that he had passed, but apparently that is a false report. Lou Holtz entered hospice care last week, 89 years old. Now, that news itself was difficult enough, but Saturday it got worse when rumors began circulating on social media that he had passed. Skip, Lou's son, says those rumors are false. He shut him down early Sunday morning saying, quote, "I appreciate everyone's text and prayers. Dad is 89. He's still fighting the fight. Only the man upstairs knows how much time is left on the clock. Cherishing the time we still have together in Orlando." Earlier in the weekend, Lou's other son, Kevin, had released a statement on the family's behalf, saying the family's focused on keeping Lou comfortable at his home in Orlando and ask for privacy as they spend time together. His entry into hospice care was first reported on Thursday of last week, 89 years old. He's been out of coaching since 2004. Appearances in recent years have been limited, although he was still generating some headlines as recently as this past college football season with his back-and-forth exchanges with Ohio State head coach Ryan Day during Notre Dame's playoff run. Coached 5 college programs, spent 1 year with the New York Jets, going 3-10 in 1976 before returning to college football. He found success at nearly every stop along the way. Arkansas gave him a 60-21-2 record. The famous upset of Oklahoma in the 1977 Orange Bowl. Minnesota was a brief 2-year stint before he moved on to Notre Dame, where he spent 11 seasons building one of the most successful runs in college football in history. His teams went 130-2 in South Bend, won a national championship 1988, and captured 5 major bowl titles. Finished his career at South Carolina before retiring in 2004 with some 249 wins overall. But after retiring, he kind of became a staple on ESPN. He spent a decade as an analyst, settling into the role of 1/3 of the college football final trio, alongside Mark May and Reese Davis. Holtz and May recapped the day's games, argued about everything. While Davis kept the segment from going completely off the rails, it was actually one of the more entertaining parts of ESPN's Saturday coverage for quite some time. So prayers for the family there. Difficult times that we all know we're going to have to face. There was more in racing news. President Trump signed an executive order Friday directing the Interior and Transportation Departments to move quickly toward staging an IndyCar street race in Washington, D.C. this summer as part of the events marking the 250th birthday of America. This order instructs the agencies working in coordination with the mayor to design a route near the National Mall that would showcase the majesty of our great city as drivers navigate a track around the iconic national monuments. It also calls on the departments to expeditiously secure permits and approvals needed to hold the race. According to the White House, the event is expected to be called the America 250 Grand Prix. IndyCar saying it plans to host the race on the weekend of August 21st through the 23rd in coordination with the Trump administration and the office of D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. IndyCar owner Roger Penske, in a statement, said the president has given the sport an incredible distinction and called this planned event truly memorable, a celebration of patriotism, innovation, and excellence. Bowser said she was thrilled to welcome the Freedom 250 to the nation's capital this August. The race weekend is going to boost hotels and restaurants and spotlight the city as a destination for major sports events. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, and Fox Sports CEO Eric Shanks also released statements praising the anticipated race. Duffy said, "Freedom doesn't ring, it revs." All right, beyond the compressed timeline of planning a downtown street race in a matter of months, the effort could face practical and could face legal hurdles. Advertising is apparently banned on Capitol grounds, while IndyCar vehicles and signage typically, obviously, feature sponsorships. Congress will probably need to pass legislation to allow this, considering the advertising ban. People acquainted with the outreach said the proposal has been shared with aides to the four top congressional leaders, Mike Johnson, Hakeem Jeffries, John Thune, and Chuck Schumer. Democrats have cited concerns about security and logistics for the race, voicing concerns the event could place too much strain on the Capitol Police and on the Capitol's congested roadways. Anyway, White House officials said the administration doesn't believe congressional approval is going to be needed, working on solutions to address the advertising issues, primarily through the DOT. Now, a spokesperson for the delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton, the district's non-voting House delegate, said Norton would defer to the mayor at working to clear the legal hurdles if Bowser supports the race, which obviously she does. So there you go. A coordination with the Federal Aviation Administration to permit unmanned aircraft systems and aerial photography to enhance public enjoyment, while at the same time protecting government facilities. So under the order, it looks like they gave the DOT and the Interior like 2 weeks to try to designate a route that would be suitable for the race and ensure that roads, trails, or bridges used for the course are properly maintained. But that could be interesting in our nation's capital as we celebrate 250 years.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
In other news, there had been rumors and rumblings that some sort of a strike on Iran would be imminent. Some were even speculating something could occur as early as Sunday, which obviously, to my knowledge, it has not yet. But we did hear officially this past afternoon, the Pentagon, they tell us, is moving additional air defense systems into the Middle East as the U.S. prepares for the possibility of an Iranian retaliation should President Trump make the order. According to the Wall Street Journal this past day, U.S. officials told the Journal American airstrikes on Iran are not imminent, but military planners are accelerating defensive deployments to protect Israel, Arab allies, and U.S. forces in the event of a conflict erupting. Now, while the U.S. could conduct limited strikes immediately if ordered, officials said a more decisive campaign, the type the president has asked the military to prepare for, would likely trigger a proportional Iranian response. Now, we already have significant air defenses in the region, Navy destroyers capable of intercepting missiles and drones, but the Pentagon is now deploying an additional terminal high-altitude area defense. In other words, they call them THAAD, T-H-A-A-D, a THAAD battery and Patriot air defense systems to bases housing U.S. troops in Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. Yeah, the air defense question is key. The extent to which we have sufficient material to ensure that troops in the region are going to be protected from some sort of Iranian retaliation. According to a former State Department official, THAAD systems are designed to intercept ballistic missiles at high altitude, while the Patriot systems defend against shorter-range threats. White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly said the president has many options at his disposal right now with regard to Iran. He said he hopes that no action will be necessary. But the Iranian regime should make a deal before it's too late. He's been saying that for days. Trump told reporters he believes Iran is negotiating seriously, but warned that the big, powerful ships heading in that direction remain an option if diplomacy fails. Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, responded this past day saying, quote, "The Americans should know if they start a war, this time it will be a regional war." The crucial role of air defense had been highlighted back in June, of course, when our forces assisted Israel in intercepting Iranian missile barrages, operations to neutralize their nuclear program. Iran did later file missiles at the air base in Qatar, home to the U.S. Regional Air Command. American and Qatari Patriot systems intercepting most of those missiles in that case. Now, U.S. officials believe Iran would likely respond more forcefully to a broader campaign, potentially using ballistic missiles and proxy forces throughout the entire region. Now, they tell us Gulf states are also preparing. Saudi Arabia has actually purchased 7 of those THAAD batteries. And we just had word last week, I think I've got the report over here still, where, remember when the president brought in the leaders of some of the big military contractors, the Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, and several others, and calling some of them on the carpet for not producing weapons at a fast enough pace. There it is. The THAAD system is one of those. Lockheed Martin, the defense contractor, announcing late last week that they have made an agreement with the Department of War to quadruple the production of thermal high-altitude area defense interceptors. That's the THAAD system. Production, they say, will increase from 96 to 400 interceptors per year. That after the agreement in the meeting earlier to accelerate production of the PAC-3 missile segment enforcement interceptors. An update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. From diesel and oil additives to oils and coolants, Hot Shot Secret keeps that rig running strong mile after mile.
Put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. California Representative Ro Khanna says he's voting no on reopening the federal government under the current funding deal because it contains funding for immigration and custom enforcement. He appeared on NBC's Meet the Press.
I'm not just a no, I'm a firm no, and I'm going to advocate with colleagues that they vote no.
Khanna argues supporting the bill would endorse recent ICE actions, even if much of the government remains shut and House leaders prepare for votes on Monday. President Trump says federal law enforcement will not step into protests or unrest in Democratic-led cities unless local officials are requesting help, although federal agencies will still protect federal property.
We do whatever we can to keep our country safe.
So, pulling back?
No, not at all.
Trump made that comment on social media amid growing protests over recent ICE enforcement actions and shootings. Democratic Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner was pressed on live television about a controversial tattoo that critics say resembles a Nazi symbol. On MS Now, Plattner denied knowing the meaning of the design and said it was meant as a Marine Corps skull and crossbones, not an endorsement of extremist ideology.
I went ashore in Croatia with a bunch of other Marines. We were machine gunners. We'd served 2 deployments together, and we wanted to get a skull and crossbones together to represent our time in the Marine Corps. That's what we got.
The issue has become a campaign flashpoint ahead of Maine's primary. Amazon MGM's documentary Melania is outperforming expectations at the box office, earning just over $7 million in its opening weekend. The film placed third, beating projections of $3 to $5 million. Send Help topped the box office with $20 million, Iron Lung at $18. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.87. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.91, while Greer County, Oklahoma, $2.24. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
A 5-year-old boy and his father detained by ICE in Minnesota are returning home after a federal judge ordered their release. Liam Conejo Ramos and his father were taken into custody after leaving the child's preschool and transferred to Texas. Texas Congressman Joaquin Castro says he escorted them back to Minnesota. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is urging former Prince Andrew to testify before Congress over his connections with Jeffrey Epstein.
This comes after the U.S. Justice Department released millions of more documents related to the Epstein case on Friday. On Saturday, Starmer said anybody who has got information should be prepared to share that information in whatever form they are asked to do that. The documents contain mentions of high-profile names such as President Trump, Elon Musk, and Bill Gates. Those men have never been charged in connection with the Epstein case and have denied any wrongdoing. I'm Lisa Carton.
Football fans looking to book Super Bowl 60 trips are urged to watch out for scammers.
You're spending thousands of dollars to watch the Patriots play the Seahawks in person next Sunday in San Francisco, and that makes you a prime target for scammers.
Fake websites, fake reservation numbers.
Alma Galvan of the Better Business Bureau. Spokesman Steve McFarland's advice?
Don't click on a link on Craigslist or on social media.
The Better Business Bureau is also telling fans not to pay with cash, gift cards, or wire transfers. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hey, what do you say? Underway, final hour here on a Monday. As the crowd gathers, Gobbler's Knob, Punxsutawney, PA, this early Monday morning. All right, other industry headlines as we get underway this final hour. Here's a valid question. Is it safe to transport hazardous materials with a heavy-duty electric vehicle? You know, what risks do the lithium-ion batteries create? You know, does the use of electric charging stations create more safety concerns when hauling hazardous cargo? The Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration wants the answers to those questions, and they're asking industry experts as well as fleet operators, manufacturers, emergency responders, and other industry stakeholders for help. Now, we know there's that inherent risk with electric vehicles. Cars, buses, trucks, scooters, the fires occurring with the lithium-ion batteries. And a notice and request for information scheduled to be published in the Federal Register today, Monday. The Association announced that they're opening a 90-day public comment period as part of their fact-finding mission. The PHMSA requests feedback on the potential safety risks, operational challenges, and regulatory implications of using heavy-duty electric vehicles to internal combustion engine motor carriers for the transportation of hazardous materials. We are interested particularly in how this change might impact hazmat packaging integrity, transportation safety, emergency response procedures, regulatory compliance, and overall vehicle-related risks. Now, obviously, the concerns when it comes to electric vehicle batteries, it's nothing new. In 2024, the Department of Transportation held a virtual stakeholder meeting addressing electric vehicle battery safety. One of the common themes, of course, was EV batteries can reignite well after an initial fire occurs. After an electric vehicle fire is put out, the battery may still maintain a charge. Consequently, it's susceptible to reigniting while the damaged vehicles being transported or stored. In some cases, EV batteries have reignited while being towed. In other cases, batteries have reignited in the likes of tow yards days later. All this is amplified when you're putting that electric vehicle battery in a heavy-duty truck that's hauling hazardous materials. I mean, right off the top of my head, what could possibly go wrong? Now, the notice includes dozens of questions. Some of the questions include what, if any, difference exists in containment failure risk resulting from heat generated by electric vehicle batteries compared to fuel-based internal combustion engine systems. How does the weight distribution and the increase in total powertrain rate of an EV battery affect cargo safety compared, say, to an internal combustion engine motor carriers? Are there certain types of classes of hazardous material, flammables, corrosives, or explosives that pose an increased risk when transported by EVs versus internal combustion engine carriers? Let's see. How do hazmat cargo risks differ based on the interaction with heavy-duty electric vehicle powertrains versus internal combustion engines? What, if any, potential vulnerabilities exist in vehicle electronics, cooling systems, or containment batteries that are unique to electric vehicle hazmat transportation? Please include vulnerabilities in loading and unloading operations. How do the fire risks associated with thermal runaway and EV batteries differ from an internal combustion engine vehicle involved in equivalent incidents? I mean, that's pretty simple to answer. I mean, in an internal combustion engine, if you get a fire truck on location and you can get some water on it, you can put out that internal combustion engine fire rather quickly. These electric vehicle battery fires, we've noted where for hours and hours you're pouring water and it doesn't work. Let's see, a couple of other questions. Do the physical locations of charging stations, like the spacing between stations and the proximity to buildings, or the location of a charging port on the vehicle, pose a unique risk to hazmat carriers? How might infrastructure design be improved to enhance safety in these contexts? What risk are there for an EV fire in a tunnel? How would the issue change or be added for hazmat carriers? Do existing hazmat transportation regulations effectively address the safety and operational considerations of both heavy-duty electric vehicles and internal combustion engine motor carriers, including for purpose of loading, unloading, or are regulatory updates may be needed to account for the unique challenges posed by electric vehicle technology? There's a handful of other questions here. Once that notice is published in the Federal Register today, the public will have 90 days to answer the agency's questions and make overall comments. This is one of those deals where you'll go to the regulations.gov website, and you need a docket number, which in this case will be PHMSA-2025-0678. There you can also find the full list of their questions, some of which we had just shared with you there. But like I said, what could possibly go wrong, right? Meanwhile, healthcare costs. Grump was addressing some of that earlier. with the expiration of the subsidies and things of that. Healthcare costs have now, they tell us, overtaken food, housing, and utilities as most Americans' top household affordability concern. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, a poll released late last week, which also finds broad criticism of Congress for allowing the Affordable Care Act tax credits to expire at the start of the year. Poll conducted between January 13th and 20th found 66% said they worry about being able to afford health care for themselves and their families, and actually ranking higher than utilities, food, groceries, housing, gas costs. The KFF reported a margin of sampling error plus or minus 3 percentage points. A majority of adults, 55%, said their health care costs have risen in the past year, including at least 1 in 5 who said those costs increased faster than either food or utilities. Another 56% said they expect health care to become even less affordable in the coming year. Now, here we are with less than 10 months to the midterm elections. Kaiser Family Foundation found majorities across party lines said health care costs will affect their votes. Interesting. Now, the poll found the issue was more intense among Democrat and independent voters rather than Republican voters. 2/3 of Democrat voters and more than 40% of independents saying health care cost will have a major impact on their voting decisions this year. Now, the survey released as the enhanced premium tax credits that lowered premiums for many people buying coverage on the Affordable Care Act marketplace have now expired. KFF found 66% said Congress did the wrong thing by not extending those credits, including 89% of Democrats and 72% of independents. Republicans split the other way, 63% saying Congress did the right thing. Those credits temporarily expanded for the tax years 2021 through 25. Last month, or actually in December, the Senate voted 51-48 against moving forward on the Democrat bill to expand or extend those subsidies. Now, early indicators suggest the end of those subsidies is already reshaping the ACA market, as out-of-pocket insurance costs were estimated to double without continued funding. Reuters reported late last week enrollment for this year dropped by about 1.2 million compared to last year, and that the average premium for subsidized enrollees was expected to more than double after the enhanced subsidies expired. Now, they found Democrats hold an advantage over Republicans on most health care issues, with a 13-point edge when it comes to health care costs. The exception was prescription drug prices, where similar shares said that they trust the Democrats at 35%, Republicans 30%, which KFF linked to the president's focus on drug pricing here in his second term. Back in December, of course, announcing agreements with 9 major pharmaceutical companies tied to the most favored nation pricing, bringing down the cost of prescriptions for the everyday average American. 17 past the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
I hope you had a good weekend. Boy, did it go by way too quick. And here we are, back, settled in. Back to the old grind. Yeah, as Eagle mentioned earlier, the NASCAR race, the Clash at Bowman Gray Stadium, now postponed to Wednesday. Due to the impacts of the winter weather. NASCAR this past day said Wednesday. Cup Series practice and qualifying is scheduled for 1:30 in the afternoon. That'll be covered live on the Fox Sports app. Looks like parking lots open Wednesday at 11:30 a.m. Off-site shuttle services beginning at the noon hour. Gates open again at 12:30 p.m. Yeah, I'm not anticipating we'll see that big of a crowd there. Have to check the forecast. How much are they going to warm up this week? How quick does this cold get out? And good morning, Scrapyard. What's happening?
What's happening, Cam? I'm out here making the dash for the cash and hope I don't crash. Yeah, on those electric vehicles, that there's only one company that I know of in all of North America that's actually gotten it right when it comes to big trucks, and that's Edison Automotive. I believe it. Edison, either Edison Electric or Automotive or Edison Automotive, one or the other. Because they don't use the standard lithium-ion batteries and all that, which could be a death sentence to an electric vehicle, especially one of this size. They use the lithium iron phosphate batteries, and their vehicle is not purely electric. It's a hybrid. Generally, they try to use the engines like the B-Series Cummins, purely mechanical, turning a Dan Pooch generator, and then in turn running the electric drives with generative braking and such. The lithium ion, like Tesla and all these other manufacturers are using, is just so incredibly dangerous, and I haul them. I haul those every now and then, salvaged EV batteries, and incredibly dangerous. We're only allowed to haul one at a time because of the fact that they're so dangerous. But those batteries are put together, individual cells like what you would find, say, in your cordless drills or your laptops. Those things are only spot welded together with metal tabs, spot welding the individual sections together, and they assemble these smaller banks into larger banks as in a battery of cells. And the problems with thermal runaways are exacerbated because if a cell dead in the middle starts going bad and like it breaks its weld in there, and that tab goes over and makes contact with another tab, then starting right in the middle, there's no way at all to put them out. And once they get going, they can go until it's completely exhausted itself. They even had, issues. You remember, like on the Airbus crash that happened several years ago, was due to the lithium battery bank that caught fire, and it basically just burned itself right through the plane while it was in flight over in Germany. I believe it was several years ago, and all those people lost their lives. And but yeah, like some of these trucks that they experimented with, I saw one a while back in Popular Mechanics, I believe it was, that had a piggyback power unit that had its own set of duals and all that, like one of these companies out here hauling doubles, and that it just it's really not viable unless you go something like what Edison is doing. And to create a hybrid vehicle, a purely electric one, it's the weight is just going to be absolutely prohibited, because with a full charge, you're lucky to get 500 miles out of a full battery, and then you're just going to have to yank the battery out and slam dunk another one in, because charging, could take a day or more on that large of a battery pack. So they just need to get their head out of their hind end and realize if they're going to go with an electric vehicle, it needs to be a hybrid, or it's just not going to work. And it's like the regulations, too, for hauling these things is very, very restrictive. I have to carry a fire blanket, and the placement in the load, we have to haul them right at the back door. They can't be in the load. There can't be anything up on load bars above it. It can't be mixed in the load. It has to be right at the rear on the right-hand side, especially for the swing doors like what I got, so that if you have to hit the side of the road and take a pallet hook, you can snatch onto it as quickly as possible and snatch it out in the road to keep from hopefully losing your trailer and everything that you have.
Right.
Just dropping one, like in a warehouse, when we're taking them off the trucks, they have to be set all by themselves, and with no flammables anywhere near it. And because one of these things, if it catches on fire, even the smoke is toxic. So there's a lot of considerations that need to be brought about, and these purely electric vehicles, it works all right if, say, like an electric train that has power lines, but running on batteries, no. It's like the with that movie they was talking about the monorail. How big of a wild goose chase, a folly that it was. Mm-hmm. And so maybe common sense will win out. Because California's pushing high and low. I forgot by 2028 they didn't want any gas or diesel engines whatsoever in California, and they need to get their head out of their hind end, or they're going to be eating whatever the hell they can find, because nobody's going to bring them anything.
Well, Scrapyard, always good to hear from you. Trust you had a good weekend. What's your prognostication? 6 more weeks of winter? Yeah. Right along the line, tensions in the Middle East for several weeks, maybe the last couple of months. We had a brief lull in activities as far as ships trying to traverse the Red Sea, the shipping there. That may all turn around. There were some shipping operations that were looking at possibly transiting rather than going around the Horn of Africa, the long route. Right now, as tensions continue to expand, the Middle East rebel militia is threatening more violence against shipping in the event that the United States follows through on threats against Iran. We'll give you more on that coming up here. First, news update brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson is expressing confidence that the partial government shutdown will come to an end on Tuesday.
The Republican tells NBC's Meet the Press he believes they have enough Republican votes to push forward, even after Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries warned Johnson they can't rely on Democrats to help fast-track a funding package.
Because of the conversation I had with Hakeem Jeffries, I know that we've got to pass a rule and probably do this mostly on our own.
The House will be back in session on Monday. A deal agreed to by President Trump and Senate Democrats would fund all of the government except Homeland Security, which would operate on a 2-week stopgap bill. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos and his father have returned to Minnesota after being detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement in Texas. A federal judge ordered their release. Democratic Representative Joaquin Castro escorted them home. The case drew national attention after images of Liam in custody sparked outrage over immigration enforcement practices. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Now that the calendar has changed to January, it's time to look forward to the 2026 season, and it all begins soon. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Are you counting down the days till trucks and tractors start slinging dirt? Me too. Good news, the season starts in about 3 weeks. But you do need to go south to catch the shows. That's right, Florida. The NTPA Grand National Championship Polling opens the 2026 season in Inverness, Florida for the first time, having the season open in the Sunshine State. It all begins on Valentine's Day, Saturday, February 14th, and then back on the track again on Sunday the 15th at the Citrus County Fairgrounds, with Region 6 pullers taken to the dirt. With 5 classes taken to the track, there'll be no shortage of action or horsepower. With the 3.0 diesel trucks, modified tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, minis, and hot farm tractors polling both days, if you're into polling and looking for a reason to go south, you have just found your reason. NTPA Executive Director Greg Randall spoke about the event saying, quote, "The NTPA is incredibly excited to kick off our 2026 circuit in the sunny confines of Florida. Inverness is the perfect place to launch a season filled with horsepower, innovation, and unforgettable moments. We can't wait to see the stands packed and the track roaring as we begin a new era of NTPA championship polling. Good news, a month later, the Southern Swing officially gets underway in Zellwood, Florida, the weekend of March 13th and 14th, with 4 classes hitting the track. Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, modified mini rods, 4.1 limited pro stock tractors, and for the first time ever in Florida, light modified tractors. With the defending Grand National champion Wayne Sullivan making the trip for the NTPA Southern Swing, it's sure to be full of dirt, action, and lots of horsepower. The next weekend, the same 4 classes make their way a bit north into Satsuma for 2 nights of polling. If you can't make it to Florida, need not worry. Full Pull Live will be streaming both events, so you don't have to leave the comfort of your home. Speaking of watching polling at home, you can watch every week with NTPA Championship Polling on RFD TV. Every Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern, you can watch the best pollers in the country take the toughest tracks head-to-head. From traditional-looking farm tractors to multi-engine monsters, you'll see them during a look back at the 2025 season with NTPA Championship Polling on RFD TV. If you're also chomping at the bit for NTPA Polling, very simple. You can find schedules, participants, news, and more just a click away, and even get your NTPA gear at ntpapoll.com. It is a one-stop shop for everything NTPA, and you can purchase things to go to every poll, and you can find out the 2026 schedule the moment it gets released. It will be posted to ntpapoll.com. Again, that website, ntpapoll.com. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Hello to No Snow Joe checking in from the Sunshine State. He said Bush Light here. 22 degrees at Navarre Beach, Florida. Yeah, Joe, it's definitely cold enough to snow, huh? All right, so you're not a whole lot... Yeah, we're not a whole lot worse than you. Yeah, forecasters actually talking about a bit of a warming trend. Yeah, the next storm system like here for Tuesday through the heart of Kentucky, Tennessee, down into parts of northern Mississippi and Alabama. Now, you're going to warm up enough to actually see rain rather than snowfall. You've got a low-pressure system that's going to move across the region Tuesday into Tuesday night. But the warm front moving ahead of the low-pressure system is going to lift through portions of the south-central U.S., making rain more likely. Areas north of that front likely to see snowfall. It's not going to be a blockbuster kind of system. Generally, 1 to maybe 3 inches for most that do see snow. Portions of Illinois, Indiana, southern half of Ohio, and maybe northern Kentucky on over into parts of West Virginia. Again, for your Tuesday. Meanwhile, back on board on a Monday. Eagle, what you got for us?
Yeah, I wanted to say something right quick, Steve, about immigration situation. I hope that Donald Trump, I know they tried to get the rhetoric down a little bit, to calm things down after 2 people were killed in Minnesota. They dismissed, the guy that was in charge of the operation up there. But see, here's the deal, Steve. I hope, Donald Trump, he made some other comments talking about that he wasn't going to force people into these, for right now, force people into the democratically run states, to force them to cooperate with ICE agents. Now, here's the deal, Steve. I know it's the midterms. Donald Trump, he ran on in 2024. That's what he ran on was immigration, and the people that voted for Donald Trump. That's why I voted for Donald Trump, because I knew Donald Trump was going to shut the border down. And he was going to get the people out of the country that didn't belong here and get the bad people behind bars. This is what I wanted. Now, things were a little bit aggressive. I admit they needed to calm the atmosphere down a little bit. Things were a little bit, some of the ICE agents needed to be maybe trained a little bit better to, cool the situation down a little bit. But Donald Trump, he doesn't need to go back on the immigration. They still need to go with what they're going with, what he ran on. Because here's the deal, Steve. These people that they're not going to vote for Donald Trump anyway. These Democrats, these leftist people, it doesn't matter what Donald Trump does. Even if he does slack off on the picking up people and slack off on the immigration, getting some of these people off the street. These people are not. That's not what they want. They want zero. They don't want these people to leave the country at all, because they see these people as nothing but cheap labor. They don't care about these people from other countries. I told you this before. They just see them as cheap labor and as a way to do the jobs that American people won't do, because American people want to be paid a proper wage so you can take care of your family. So what they did was they went south of the border and opened it up. Mr. Joe Biden did that for him and his buddies so they could make money. But like I told you, Steve, these people are not going to support Donald Trump no matter what. These protesters that you see out in the streets protesting at these ICE facilities, they're not going to vote for Donald Trump in 2028 or 26. Right. All they want is these people to continue staying in the U.S. In an example, I don't know if Donald Trump I don't know if him and his people was responsible for this. Down in Texas, they released that man that was from Ecuador. Him and his 5-year-old son has been released, and they have gone back to Minnesota. Now, I don't know why that happened. The guy was supposed to be in the country illegally, yet they let him out of jail. So, like I told you, you can't go nice all of a sudden if Donald Trump, because what he's gonna do is he's gonna end up losing the people that voted for him in 2024, because they're gonna say, hey, wait a minute, this guy's going back on his word. He's not enforcing the immigration like he said he was, and he's not going to get those votes, and he's definitely not going to get the leftist votes. So I hope Donald Trump, he needs to continue with this immigration policy. Yeah, they need to slack up a little bit. They don't need to be so aggressive and so rough with some of the people when they make these arrests, but they still need to continue on with the immigration and get these people out of the country that are here illegally, and don't go back on what he said, because if he does what I said, Steve, he's gonna lose the people that voted for him, and he damn sure ain't gonna get the people that didn't vote for him. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, always good. Thanks for checking in here. Have a great day. All right, back to the Red Sea shipping. Now, the Houthi militia based out of Yemen, about a week ago, released a theatrical-style trailer depicting a cargo ship, military vessel, and what appears to be a tanker on fire, being set to an ominous score and closing with a single Arabic word, which translates to the word soon. Now, that after President Trump threatened a possible military response when it comes to Iran. Now, the Houthis control about 40% of Yemen. Since late 23, they've been waging attacks on shipping in solidarity with the Palestinians that all but shut down the global container and crude oil traffic through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. That critical trade lane connecting China with ports in the Mediterranean, Europe, and the U.S. Carriers obviously rerouting ships away from the region around the tip of Africa, adding nearly 2 weeks and obviously much higher operating expenses to the typical voyage there. Those diversions were a windfall for carriers in 2024 who saw their bottom line swell by billions of dollars. But President Trump's tariff war with China last year spurred a sweeping trade reset. China seeking new markets in Europe and elsewhere. Ocean container rates fell rather dramatically as shippers navigated the uncertainty and the uneven market. But the Houthi threat, as Maersk Shipping Line, as well as CMA and CGM, had recently just reestablished their scheduled services through the Suez Canal. It was a phase-in process to gradually return what is estimated to be 2 million containers worth of diverted capacity. Carriers not only wrangling with weaker rates, but also with the introduction of new tonnage that in some regions aggravated the growing demand imbalance. But with the possibility, the escalation of possibilities of some sort of a military strike against Iran, the Houthis affirming our position, standing alongside any Arab or Islamic country exposed to the Zionist aggression, as they put it. We will not abandon our brothers in the Gaza Strip. We will not allow this criminal entity supported by America to implement its plans in the region. So we could be going kind of back to the drawing board when it comes to the shipping interest and the associated higher costs, obviously, in that region of the world. Hey, Vic, what do you say?
Well, to a point, I agree with Eagle there. Trump is his own worst enemy. First and foremost, that art of the deal, that's the biggest pile of horse bucker you ever seen in your life. The reason that people would make a deal with Trump was because Trump's family lawyer was Roy Cohn of the McCarthy hearings fame, and he was a rather ruthless person. He was consigliere, a lawyer for the Gambino crime family. The Gambinos ran a bunch of gay bars for blackmail purpose. And if you did any construction in New York, you dealt with one of the 5 crime families up there. Well, excuse me. But so that's why he was able to make a deal. You know, that old saying, you know, when you've seen that movie, The Godfather, I'll make you a deal you can't refuse. But the other thing was that you remember Trump was friends with that guy out of Exponent, the Enquirer. I mean, the Enquirer. And the Enquirer was started as a PR move for the crime, for the mob, I'll just say. So that guy, the Enquirer, they had a network of taxi drivers, hotel clerks, one thing and another, at a level most people didn't even think about, that would rival anything. So I just listen, but when Trump talks, that's what I'm basically thinking about. So the deal is it was a puff piece that was written, and a lot of executives have had it done, but I don't believe that a bit more than Man in the Moon. I'd like to see him done that without a support system. But the other thing, too, is he is fixated on these tariffs. They're the great things that ever happened, and there's a whole history there of how our American trade policies came about. And I don't know if you studied Boss Tweed and Tammany Hall, because New York used to be the harbor there. They used to bring in a lot of money through the tariffs, but it was as corrupt as it could be, and go back almost a century and a half ago, as the situations are totally different. But up to the current thing now, that Kirsty Noem, she said she was doing what Trump wanted her to do, and Trump said he was going to go after the worst of the worst, and that's what he did. He had basically attacked the cities that he didn't like, the sanctuary cities and all this other. I think he would have been, when basically had to switch gears, I would like to see him give a speech. We thought that people wanted gangs like the Trinidad Agua and the cartels and all that. They thought they wanted them, out of their state and city. So, like the people out in Denver, that PDA gang was coming in and taking over the apartment buildings and taking over people's apartments and threatening them and everything else. Now you would think that when somebody came to get those people and move them out of the country, they would be more than happy. You wouldn't have to face a whole gang of protesters to do that. And that Venezuelan gang, are they here to support the people of Maduro, since he's here in this country on drug charges, and basically work against the United States as they try to reform or assist in reforming Venezuela? I mean, there's a whole lot of questions there. And the other thing is, when Trump first started, and he started that Department of Government Efficiency, and Elon Musk had to go through all that stuff, and I don't know what happened between them or anything else, but he was on the right track on that, because he was getting out domestic fraud, and also a lot of this fraud is helping actual governments overseas. And I don't know if you remember Bloomberg. I mean, I'm sure you do remember Mayor Bloomberg there in New York and everything. But his other operation, I watched some of the frauds that he had uncovered. But fraud is, not fraud, but Bloomberg is still against Trump. And it's like, Bloomberg just uncovered all this fraud. And some, like North Korea, they actually depend upon defrauding the United States government to fund their regime. Mm-hmm. And they even have a thing called a laptop farm. Have you ever heard of that? I didn't. I knew it was bad, but I didn't realize how bad it was until I watched that today. They send laptops to the people here in this country that are sympathetic to maybe the South Koreans or the North Koreans. Sometimes they let on like they're South Koreans, but they're actually working for the North Korean government. And they do outsourced work for some of the major companies in this country. And they pay these people. One woman, I think she was making about $4,000 or $5,000 a month doing that. But it started out kind of little, and then she was upset that they were getting rather dictatorial, and they have the person running their laptop farm open a bank account over here and they put the money in the bank account, and then the person in Korea then withdraws that money electronically. They have them put all their laptops on remote access, and a lot of that then goes back to Korea, and that's just one. There was another scam that they were running that goes back to the housing crisis, because people were taking out 2 loans to buy houses back at that time because they could qualify for 2 separate ones. One was a smaller one, and some of those people had filed for bankruptcy, but some company based out of California was going to these banks and stuff and said, we'll buy these old debts, the small one, from you, and then they'd turn around and contact those people and say, well, you haven't made any payments on this, and you have the interest and everything else, and that violated the law because the people had they hadn't notified the people that loan was still valid, and IRS had given them a notice, had actually taxed them. So in a bankruptcy, you usually have to pay a tax on the discharge of the debt. IRS considers that, and then IRS had given those people a clear short, said they no longer had to pay that debt. The bankruptcy court supposedly cleared it, but some way, somehow, they were getting around it, and oftentimes the debt, just the interest and stuff on that small debt, was more than what the price of the house was.
Wow.
So it's amazing the amount of fraud that is going on in this government. And if Trump would just get down and just tell these people, look, we're going where they want us. If you don't want crime in your city, or you want us to help you out or whatever, you're going to have to change the people that you have running your state and your city. But we're going to make sure that we can use the most of our resources in the most effective way. And just they were even on government loans like the VA. They were even going after veterans. It was just amazing. And what's even more amazing to me is, how could a person that owned a company that spent the money to uncover all this fraud still be against Trump? I just don't understand it, Steve. And supposedly, and then one last thing on that shipping you were talking about, Egypt is talking about allying with Muslim countries and the Arab countries and all that. So I don't know if they're wanting to make, because they used to make a lot of money off that Suez Canal. So, Egypt's kind of cutting themselves out of a lot of money also. And so, but when I seen over the weekend that Trump wants them to lower the interest rate, the dollar's already weak, and I don't know where gold and silver is going to stop. And I just don't much agree with his economic policy.
Gotcha.
I guess.
As far as that, I haven't checked. Gold and silver has been, volatility is the word. I did catch Bitcoin, and I guess cryptocurrency overall had a very rough weekend, big time drop. What did Inbred Redneck? He referred to it as January, crypto winter. There were some of these analysts calling for Bitcoin to just continue to skyrocket. If you do a quick search, Bitcoin collapse. Let's see, Bitcoin crashes to like $77,000. Alternate coins also plunging by double digits in many cases. That's absolutely insane what's taking place right now, they say. So that'll be something to watch here for a Monday. Is that trend going to continue? Where will they hit bottom? With that, though, we're out of time. Close things out on a Monday. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.